What's good, everybody? AB Media 83 here, and welcome to the Colosseum. Hope everybody's doing all right tonight. It's going to be a special treat tonight. We are going over Kamala Harris's first interview in 40 days. That's right, you heard me correctly. We're going over Kamala Harris's first interview since the 40 days since she's been declared the nominee. She's only done one interview since she's been declared the nominee. Let that sink in for a minute. She's been she's only done one interview since she became the nominee. Well, and it was a clusterfuck, despite the fact it was a softball interview. But I haven't really gone through the whole interview, but we're going to go through the whole interview tonight, or at least the parts that CNN put up. Now, I've been told, peace, good brother Art Newstall. Now, I've been told that the actual full interview is a bit over 40 minutes long, but CNN being who they are, they only put out 18 minutes of the interview. Apparently, because the Kamala Harris campaign didn't want the other more than half of the interview being put out. So we're going to take a look at what they have put out. So give me 1 second. We're going to get this on the road. All right, let me go to my playlist. Once again, I hope everybody's doing all right. I hope everybody is going to have a good Labor Day weekend. All right. Good. All right. Before I forget, if you want to come up, including here you go. All right. Now, well, okay, here we go. Present, share screen. All right. Let's see who's our first guest. We have the snowman.
Oh shit!
Oh yeah, you stepping in it now. We're going over this whatever they put up.
Oh shit!
So let's get it started.
When you put this out, man, I could just say I had a 2-foot smile on my face first and foremost. Second of all, Jody was laughing at me, saying,
Mm-hmm.
"What are you getting into now?" I said, "I'm going to watch an interview," and that was my wife's response. Oh shit!
Yeah, here we go.
Governor Wells, thank you so much for sitting down with me and bringing the bus. The bus tour is well underway here in Georgia.
Now, as I said before, the original interview was like 40 minutes long.
And she fucked it up.
Um, that's an understatement. Apparently, they only released 18 minutes of it because Kamala Harris is.
I understand doing it for time constraints, but they edited this down to 18 minutes because Kamala Harris don't know how to do a goddamn interview.
Yep.
Period. End of story.
But this is the
And
first
yes,
part.
I did put the funny comment in your chat of I'm leading off tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Georgia, you have less time to make your case to voters than any candidate in modern American history. The voters are really eager to hear what you're.
You
Oh,
know what that face is saying, right?
oh, fuck.
He's like, yeah, no shit. Yeah, no shit.
That face. She looks drunk.
Yeah.
Am I
Yeah.
on target?
Yeah, you're not the only one I've heard say that.
She looks drunk as fuck in that picture, man.
And believe it or not, Art played it yesterday. They showed Kamala Harris actually being sharp in a debate, but that ain't the same person I'm seeing right now.
Nor am I. You can't tell me she don't look drunk off her ass in this picture. In this in play it. I'll do some editing over here. My ears are on. My eyes are on this. And play it. Go.
Your plans are. If you are elected, what would you do on day one in the White House?
Well, there are a number of things. I will tell you first and foremost, one of my highest priorities is to do what we can to support and strengthen the middle class. When I look at the aspirations, the goals, the ambitions of the American people, I think that people are ready for a new way forward. In a way that generations of Americans have been fueled by hope and by optimism. I think sadly, in the last decade, we have had in the former president someone who has really been pushing an agenda and an environment that is about diminishing the character and the strength of who we are as Americans, really dividing our nation. And I think people are ready to turn the page on that.
So what would you do day one?
Day one, it's going to be about one, implementing my plan for what I call an opportunity economy. I've already laid out a number of
Stop.
proposals in
Halt.
that
She says,
regard.
hold the phone. Stop. 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 Stop.
Yep.
How can she say that when she hasn't released A, her plan, or B, what's the other P word we've often spoken about? Oh, yeah, policies.
But if you listen to, well, she's released her policy. She said it in her speech.
That's bull. Wait. I gotta, master teacher,
Go ahead.
master teacher, please.
Now that is some bullshit.
Yep. Yeah.
I had to. Let's go.
Hold on, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I got to be a little petty. So I'm trying
Oh,
to
go
find.
for it, man.
I'm trying to find something here. Trying to find a good picture here.
Oh no. Oh no. AB got his new computer, which means OBS is in his stable, which means there's some bullshit afoot, which means I'm going to be laughing.
Yeah. I'm
Bring
sorry.
it on. Bring it on, brother.
Give me just a second. I got to upload it to my
Oh,
to
quick
my,
announcement. I'm
my
going to be
brand
working.
section.
I'm
Go
going to be
ahead.
working part-time with help at home down here down in Columbus, Indiana, and I'm using the money and the money from the games I'm going to broadcast
Mm-hmm.
to show my wife a hell of a Christmas, number one, and number two, give myself a Christmas present of a Ford Edge.
Where is it at?
Not to mention, like you, I'm going to start my own computer fund whenever I do live play-by-play. And whenever I do Diary of a Mad Snowman, which is going to increase.
Yeah. But now let's go back to the question Data Bash has asked her. What
Oh,
are
shit.
you gonna do on day one?
Yep.
And basically her answer was word salad.
In other words, Kevin.
God damn it! You can't make this shit up.
I told you it's my channel. I got a channel. I had to be petty. But yeah, it's word salad.
Can I be petty also?
Yeah.
Use a troll.
Yep.
Troll. Use a troll. Troll. Use a troll.
What up?
I said that use a troll.
I couldn't help it. I couldn't help it.
But it's word salad.
Yep. Big time word salad.
Let's continue.
which include what we're going to do to bring down the cost of everyday goods, what we're going to do to invest in America's small businesses, what we're going to do to invest in families, for example, extending the child tax credit to $6,000 for families for the first year of their child's life, to help them buy a car seat, to help them buy baby clothes, a crib. There's the work.
By the way, if I'm not mistaken, that's the $6,000 tax credit plan is actually a plan she stole from JD Vance. Oops.
Oh, she's stolen her plans from everybody. Next.
Yeah, that's actually a plan she stole
She
from.
Okay, I'm going to say a very dangerous word, if I may, AB, before you continue.
Mhm.
I can explain in one word what she's done with her plan and her so-called policies. Know what that word is? She plagiarized them.
Mhm.
Moving on.
Yep. Just give me 1 second. I'm getting even pettier.
Bring it on. Let's hear it. Let's
Well,
see it.
I'm gonna let it play for a while, but
Work that we're going to do that is about investing in the American family around affordable housing, a big issue in our country right now. So there are a number of things on day one.
Well, I'm
Word
excited
salad,
about this
please.
agenda too. As I said, the idea of inspiring America to what can be, and I think many of these things that the vice president's proposing are things that we share in values. And the child tax credit is one we know that reduces childhood poverty by 1/3. We did it in Minnesota to have a federal partner in this. Unbelievable, I think, in the impact that we can make.
You talked about
don't forget that you also put tampons in the boys' bathroom in Minnesota. Just saying.
you call it the opportunity economy. You are well aware that right now many Americans are struggling. There's a crisis of affordability. One of your campaign themes is we're not going back. But I wonder what you say to voters who do want to go back when it comes to the economy specifically, because their groceries were less expensive, housing was more affordable when Donald Trump was president.
Well, let's start with the fact that when Joe Biden and I came in office, during the height of the pandemic, we saw over 10 million jobs were lost. People, I mean, literally, we were all tracking the numbers. Hundreds of people a day were dying because of COVID. The economy had crashed. In large part, all of that because of mismanagement by Donald Trump of that crisis. When we came in, our highest priority was to do what we could to rescue America. And today, we know that we have inflation at under 3%. A lot of our policies have led to the reality that America recovered.
Let me translate what Kamala Harris just said.
Please do.
That-
Please
now,
do.
now, Dana Bash's original question was, and
What do
believe it
you-
or not, and this is one thing. This is one area I will give Dana Bash credit. She asked a very good question.
She did.
She
asked a
one
wonderful
of
question,
one of
Alito.
Kamala Harris's biggest campaign slogans has been "We're not going back."
We're not going back. Right.
But a lot of Americans want to go back to lower gas prices, lower rent prices, and lower grocery prices.
Lower grocery prices. Absolutely.
And what was Kamala Harris's response?
Word salad.
Word salad
Word salad.
with Hidden Valley Ranch dressing.
Oh no! Don't bring Hidden Valley Ranch in. You're ruining the word salad. God damn it! Why are you ruining the word salad with Hidden Valley Ranch? You're actually giving her credibility and quality by using Hidden Valley Ranch on that goddamn word salad.
Oh man.
I'm sorry. I couldn't help it. You better find some of that cheap Aldi's ranch salad. And this is coming from a guy who loves shopping at home.
I can't use that either. You want to know why?
Because
it's more than likely Aldi is having made by the same manufacturer that Hidden Valley Ranch is.
okay,
that's a dirty secret of some of the off brands in the stores.
That's a secret I discovered when I was 18.
It's the same product, it's under a different package.
It's under a different package and sold cheaper. That's a secret I discovered first. My dad discovered it first when I was 15. And then I discovered it myself when I went away to college at 18 to get the fuck away from my mother. Oops, did I say that?
Yeah, let's continue.
Let's continue.
faster than any wealthy nation around the world. But you are right. Prices, in particular for groceries, are still too high. The American people know it. I know it.
Gee, you think?
Which is why my agenda includes
You
what we need to
stupid
do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to
Now,
I
just
will
looking
not
at the
cuss.
body
I will
language.
not. I will not cuss. I will not cuss. I will not cuss. I'm
Not
sorry.
yet.
Go ahead.
Not yet. You get the opportunity.
Fuck
and
you.
looking-
I
now,
love you for that.
Just looking at the body language, does this
Yep.
look like a confident person you want to run the country?
Hold on. I have an answer to that, kind teacher. I have an answer to that. Let me use the short version.
No, 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 no.
And if you wonder what I said was
No, 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 no.
Mm-hmm.
there. Is that the answer you're looking for?
Yeah, pretty much.
do to extend the child tax credit to help young families be able to take care of their children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal includes what would be a tax credit of $25,000 for first-time home buyers, so they can just have enough to put a down payment on a home, which is part
Sorry.
of the American dream and
Mhm.
their aspiration, but do it in a way that allows them to actually get on the path to achieving that goal and that dream.
So you have
Stop,
been vice
stop,
president for 3.5
stop.
years.
Yeah.
I'll do it for you. In other words, ladies and gentlemen, what you just heard in answer to a question that she still has yet to answer is, let's have it. Let's see the picture.
Oh, sorry. What's going on, James?
Word salad.
What's up, Pappy?
What's up, James?
With Ranch.
With ranch. Yes.
What's up, gentlemen? What's going on, man?
We're going through this whole interview. The 18 minutes they released.
Um,
Apparently, it was 40 minutes.
And they
So-
did us a favor and cut it down to 18.
well, I assume AB, you probably know this, and I don't know if you know Snowman. This interview was pre-recorded, which makes it even
No, who could have saw that coming?
Well, of course it's Let me answer the way George Carlin would. Well, of course it's pre-recorded. When should we record afterwards? we knew it was pre-recorded, but to still have a pre-recorded interview that is supposed to
And you still
highlight
fuck
your
up.
candidacy and what you plan to do should you have the highest seat in the land, still get cut.
And I was, and you know, what's sad, gentlemen. I got into a debate with a good friend of mine about this, and he was like, why do so much people?" I apologize for the background.
Phone ringing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh shit. Okay. Phone ringing.
Yeah, let's continue.
Yeah, let's.
The steps that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all, we had to
Ooh.
recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done that has brought
Can
inflation
you play that question again?
down to
Actually,
Please.
yeah, I missed that one.
3%.
Can you please
We have done
please play that
it
question
on-
again?
Tax be able to take care of what we need to do to bring down the price of groceries. For example, dealing with an issue like price gouging. What we need to do to extend the child tax credit to help young families. What would be a tax credit
that
of
face.
$25,000 for first
Look at that face.
most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal, children in their most formative years. What we need to do to bring down the cost of housing. My proposal,
You still haven't said anything. You
The
stupid
steps
ass.
that you're talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
well,
Tiger
first of all, we had
uppercut.
to,
About now, why haven't you done them already?
Tiger
first of all, we
uppercut.
had to,
Talking about now, why haven't you done them already?
Tiger
first of all, we
uppercut.
That you're talking about now.
Actually, I got a graphic for this one too.
Oh, let's see it. Let's see it. And you
Yeah,
know
it's
what?
actually real simple.
If Joe did such a good job and everything is so great, why is Harris promising to fix everything on day one? Another
Tiger, uppercut.
with a
Just
little
saying.
word salad.
Hidden Valley Ranch. That is some good ranch, though.
It is.
Now,
It is, man.
why haven't you done them already?
Well, first of all,
Tiger
we had to
uppercut.
recover as an economy, and we have done that. I'm very proud of the work that we have done.
Oh, you mean recover by all the damage that you and the Joe Biden administration done with your horrible policies?
From
That has
third
brought
base.
inflation
What
down
in
to less
the
than
all
3%.
types of blue
The work
hell?
that we have done to cap the cost of insulin at $35 a month for
Originally a Donald Trump plan that y'all stole?
seniors.
What in
Donald
the
Trump
all
said he was going
types
to do
of
a
blue
number of things,
hell?
including allowing Medicare to negotiate drug prices. Never happened. We
And
did.
I have to take
So
insulin.
now,
And I have to take
as I
insulin every day. You stupid cunt.
travel in
I
the state
I
of
have to take
Georgia and
insulin
around
on a
our
daily
country, the
basis.
number of seniors that have benefited. I was in Nevada recently, a grandmother.
They actually
She showed me
welcome
her
you.
receipts. And before we capped the cost of insulin for seniors at $35 a month, she was paying hundreds of dollars up to thousands of dollars a month for her insulin. She's not doing that
So
any
you
longer.
maintain Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain that when we do the work of bringing down prescription medication for the American people, and
Notice she
Which
did
you
not.
happen.
Hold
She
on,
did
wait a
not
minute.
answer that question.
Wait. Yeah, that's about to say.
She did not answer that
including
question.
capping
Let's
the
go back to
cost
that question
of the
again.
Maintain Bidenomics.
Wait, let me get this. Let me get
$2
the
a
sound
month
ready.
for her insulin. She's not doing that
So
any
you maintain
longer.
Bidenomics is a success.
I maintain that when we do the work of bringing down prescription medication for the American
Translation.
Now that is some bullshit.
There's your
Oh.
translation. Word
Word
salad
salad with ranch.
with ranch and lots of word salad.
All right, let's continue.
Quick sports update: 2:31 for the money period. Notre Dame and Texas A&M tied 13 apiece. Notre Dame has the ball deep in A&M territory, facing 2nd and 9.
Okay.
people, including capping the cost of the annual cost of prescription medication for seniors at $2,000. When we do what we did in the first year of being in office to extend the child tax credit so that we cut child poverty in America by over 50%.
By the way, I got 28 watching. Like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show. Hit the Super Chat, support the show.
When
Please
we do
support
what
this show.
we have done to invest in the American people and bringing manufacturing back to the United States so that we created over 800,000 new manufacturing jobs, bringing business back to America. What we have done to improve the supply chain so we're not relying on foreign governments to supply American families with their basic needs, I'll say that that's good work. There's more to do, but that's good work.
No,
I want
you
to get some
won't.
clarity
No,
on
you
where you
won't.
stand on some key policy issues.
Uh-oh.
Energy is a big one. When you were in Congress, you supported the Green New Deal. And in 2019, you said, quote, "There is no question I'm in favor of banning fracking." Fracking, as you know, is a pretty big issue, particularly in your must-win
know
state
that.
of Pennsylvania. Do you still want to ban fracking?
No, and I made that clear on the debate stage in 2020, that I would not ban fracking as vice president.
You did.
Okay,
I will
okay.
not ban fracking.
Wait, where
as
is it?
president. I will
Where
not
is
ban
it?
fracking.
Where is it? I can't. Oh, fuck. I can't find it. Where is it? Oh, shit. Well, go with the. Oh, here it is.
Why you always lying?
There. There.
Now, does that look like a face of somebody who's confident right now?
You fool!
Does that look like a face of somebody who's ready to be commander in chief?
Keep it. Keep it
as,
coming. I'm ready.
As master teacher would say, "Is this your queen?" I know y'all watching. Is this y'all queen? Is this y'all's queen?
You know what? I'm gonna throw a question that's gonna make AB Media laugh his ass off. Ready? You ready, AB?
Yeah.
Master teacher?
What is gay?
Oh my God. Yeah. Oh, that never gets old.
I have been hanging on to that one for a while.
Let's continue.
In 2019, I believe, in a town hall, you said you were asked, would you commit to implementing a federal ban on fracking on your first day in office? And you said, there's no question I'm in favor of banning fracking. So yes. So it changed in that campaign?
In 2020, I made very clear where I
Now,
Oh shit!
now, notice how Dana Bash is really trying to lay it up for her, and she still can't answer the question.
It's a 1 mile an hour curveball, y'all. It's a curveball at a mile an hour. Really? This is a softball interview
stand
among
here
all
in
softball
2024, and I've
interviews.
not changed that position, nor will I going forward. I kept my word, and I will keep my word.
What
No, you
made
won't.
you change that
No, you won't.
position at the time?
Well, let's be clear. My values have not changed. I believe it
have.
is very important that we
Oh,
Oh, they have.
take
Oh, they have it.
seriously what we must do
They have it.
to guard against what is a clear crisis in terms of the climate. And to do that, we can do what we have accomplished thus far. The Inflation Reduction Act, what we have done to invest, by my calculation, over probably $1 trillion over the
salad.
next 10 years, investing in a clean energy economy. What we've already done, creating over 300,000 new clean energy jobs. That tells me, from my experience as vice president, we can do it without banning fracking. In fact, Dana, excuse me, I cast the tie-breaking vote that actually increased leases for fracking as vice president.
Oh
So
shit!
I'm very clear about where I stand.
And was there some
Oh,
policy
shit.
or scientific data that you saw that you said, oh, okay, I get it now?
What I have seen is that we can grow and we can increase a thriving clean energy economy without banning fracking.
Bullshit. That ain't what you
Another
said
issue,
before.
big one, is immigration.
yeah. Is that
That
you,
ain't what you
Pookie?
said. That ain't what you said before.
Mm.
As I often like to say, that ain't what you said before. As I often like to say, find the lie.
No lies told. Thank you to Kevin XXX. What's up, ninjas? All right, let's continue.
As vice president, you were tasked with addressing the root causes of migration in southern countries and
Northern part of Central America.
the northern
in
part
particular, yeah.
of Central America that affects the southern border of the U.S. During the Biden-Harris administration, there were record numbers of illegal border crossings. Why
Of
did
course there were.
the Biden-Harris administration wait 3.5 years to implement sweeping asylum restrictions?
Well, first of all,
Because they were
the
puppets.
root causes work that I did as vice president, that I was asked to do by the president, has actually resulted in a number of benefits, including historic.
Oh, you mean like illegal migrants trying to hijack 2 school buses in California? You mean like illegal migrants taking over not 1 but 2 apartments over in Colorado?
Not to mention taking over a couple in my hometown of Chicago.
Oh,
investments by American businesses in that region. The number of immigrants coming from that region has actually reduced since we began that work. But I will say this,
No, it hasn't.
that Joe Biden and I and our administration worked with members of the United States Congress on an immigration issue that is very significant to the American people and to our security, which is the border.
Bullshit.
And through bipartisan
Pause it
work,
right there,
including some of the most conservative.
Bullshit.
You
Bullshit.
can
Bullshit.
see her reading.
Bullshit.
You can tell she's reading. She's reading.
Yep.
mhm.
She's drunk
reading
off
it
her
all
ass and
along,
she's
bro.
reading from a. She's reading. She's looking. She keeps looking over. She's not looking the interviewer in the eye.
Look how close the camera is up to her when she speaks versus when Walt speaks. Walt speaks and looks directly into the camera. She
Yep.
speaks, looks up, and looks down. Watch it.
That she is. No lie to be found there.
No lies told.
No lies told.
members of the United States Congress, a bill was crafted, which we supported, which I
Yeah, a bill was crafted and also had $50 billion of Ukraine funding in it. Well, y'all leave that part out. On
course
top
we
of the
do.
fact it did some other crazy stuff that Republicans didn't like.
support.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Trump got word of this bill that would have contributed to securing
Lying again.
our border. And because
Why the
Oh wait,
fuck you
I'm sorry. I'm
fucking-
sorry. What does Butthurt Blue call it? You're misinforming people. You're giving them low information.
Oh,
he
we'll say it
believes
straight.
that
She's
it would
lying
not
her
have
ass off.
helped him
Yeah, she's just lying her ass off. But
politically.
the proper term for the Butthurt Blue is she's misinforming people.
He told his folks in
And
Congress,
my term
don't
is
put it forward. He
bullshit.
killed the
She's
bill.
flat out lying.
A border security bill that would have put 1,500 more agents on the border. And let me tell you something, the Border
You read a
Patrol
lot of notes
endorsed
too.
the bill. And I'm sure,
She's
I'm
reading
sure
a
in
ton-
large
she's
part
reading a
because
ton of
they're
notes.
working around the clock.
She
And
I'm
damn,
noticing
she's
1,500
she's
more
reading
agents
putting
would
her
help
eyes
them.
down a lot.
That
I'm like,
bill
damn.
would have allowed us to increase seizures of fentanyl. Ask any
That's like
community
when
in
I
America that has
that's like
been
when I'm first
devastated
getting
by
to know a
fentanyl
roster.
what passing that bill would have done to address their concern and a pain that they've
So you would-
experienced.
So you would push that legislation again. I just want to
Not
ask
only
about
push it, I will make sure that it comes to my desk and I would sign it.
just one other
No, you
question
won't.
about
No, you won't.
something that
No, you won't. Pause
said
that.
in
No, you
2019.
won't. No, you won't. No, you won't. Don't you ever tell that lie again. You're looking down at your notes more than I look down at my rosters when I'm calling a basketball game. Unlike you, Madam Vice President, it only takes me 5 minutes to get the names in my head. You can't even look at the interviewer and say what you want to say because you don't believe your own word salad. But we won't say that aloud, will we?
To
Bro, that's
piggyback
the
on
most. Go ahead.
piggyback on Snowman. First of all, if you think 1,500 is going to be sufficient to man for as additional manpower at the border, you have lost your mind. Right?
She didn't do the calculations, man.
Right. And recently I was out in Texas doing some training with some law enforcement guys, and I posted an email where Texas lost 17 soldiers recently.
17 now, folks.
17 just because of this border situation. When I was talking to guys at Fort Worth, they saying that Texas State Police, 90% of the staff are running all across the border. That's how crazy it is. And
I'm
for
not
people
surprised.
don't know about the Border Patrol, they have removed she talks about the fentanyl. One of the issues is they have a particular task force that is removed from actually doing their job to go after cartels and all that, and all they're doing is processing.
Yep. 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 And I repeat, yep.
All right,
Which begs me to say, find the lies. I've never lived in Texas. I've
When you
only
first
been
ran,
to Texas.
It was a debate. You raised your hand when asked whether or not the border should be decriminalized. Do you still believe that?
I believe there should be consequence. We have laws that
Didn't
have to
answer
be
the
followed and
question.
enforced that address.
Didn't answer the question. She put a fastball right down the plate and she swung and missed it by a mile.
Also, being a video editor, I can tell you this has been heavily edited. You can tell. You can
Oh
see the
yeah,
cut. You can see the cut.
I'm getting better with my video editing, but even I know what a cut is, and we've seen a few of them as we're going along.
And
They
deal
cut it
with
too
people who
close.
cross our border illegally, and there should be consequence. And let's be clear, in this race, I'm the only person who has
Bro,
prosecuted.
pause it. Pause it, bro. There is no way this lady took
Inhale.
a SAT or ACT without looking at no papers, bro. This is ridiculous, bro. This is, how many times she looks down, you can tell she's looking down. She's looking right
Look,
down.
KP, I've called a lot of games in what will now be my 29th year. I've called a lot of games. I've had to look down at my notes and look down at my rosters.
Mm-hmm.
But I'll say it again. When you can't even look at your interviewer,
Yeah.
when you can't even look at the camera that they have put on you, what
Mm-hmm.
is one thing anybody in media can answer this question? And I think everyone on this panel can answer that question. There are two words with the initials CP that she has none of right now. And those two words are, say it with me, class, camera presence.
Camera presence.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt. No doubt.
And
The
and
energy is so low.
yeah, and as you see it, the energy is very low. But as you watch it, you also recognize that this person is basically like the level of propaganda that they pushed out to assist her, and then
Mm-hmm.
she's still not winning because she can't even do an
Because
interview. It's
she
utterly ridiculous, bro. This is like watching
she is
somebody put a
so
mic. Just think about it. If they put a mic in the face of like the worst speaking player on the team, and you're
Mm-hmm.
like,
and
he
I've
should
seen
speak
that
for the
done.
team. And when you see him speak for the team, you're like, hold on, you don't have nobody better than this. That's exactly what you're looking
I've
at. So
seen that done.
they've had 4 years watching Weekend at Bernie's in the office, and this is the
Mm-hmm.
best person they came up with to put out there
It's
too.
absolutely
Didn't
the
she
best
give her?
person they
Didn't
can
she
look
give her a softball on the question of just that, brother? Did not she get a question of that nature, saying that did you not notice that brother Biden was up there, not complying to his oath, and if he needed to get out of there, you didn't notice nothing going on with his health, or you didn't see him, slipping and falling at commencements and talking to people that ain't
Mm-hmm.
there, trying to shake them. You saw none of this. And I think in that part of the interview, she did the same thing, man. And they probably cut that too, because they had 18 minutes.
I
I
cut a
think
lot of it.
I think that this interview could have been an hour over. They had to cut a lot to get 18 minutes of that.
And it's the worst 18 minutes of the interview because she keeps missing the softball questions. This is
National criminal
18. This is the
organizations for
worst 18
trafficking
minutes of the
guns,
interview.
drugs, and human beings.
Apparently it was 41, but let's keep continuing.
I'm the only person in this race who actually served a border state as Attorney General to enforce our laws, and I would enforce our laws as president going forward. I recognize the
No,
problem.
you won't.
Generally
won't.
speaking, how should voters look at some of the changes that you've made, that you've explained some of here in your policy? Is it because you have more experience now and you've learned more about the information? Is it because you were running for president in a Democratic primary? And should they feel comfortable and confident that what you're saying now is going to be your policy moving forward?
Dana, I think the most important.
She's getting pissed.
Yeah.
Listen,
Hold
listen
on,
to
wait a
her
minute. That's
tone.
yeah. Well,
Listen to her inflection.
yeah. Look. Not only that, just look at her face.
Mhm.
That wasn't
She's
even
getting
a hard.
pissed.
That
she's
wasn't
not
even a hard.
engaging.
That wasn't even a hard question. And she like, why did this bitch just? She got the look on her face. Why this bitch just asked me this question?
Yeah, and
Exactly.
she look at her eyes. Look how
She's
she look in
getting
the
she's
eyes. She
getting
turned
pissed
her
off.
eyes away from her. She turned
She's
her
getting
eyes away.
she's getting so pissed off. That response right there, that one word should tell you everything you need to know when she sharply said, Dana, stop right there. Listen to the way she just said the interviewer's name, to the way she said, Dana, that should tell you how pissed off she is. A, that she has to do this interview, though it's a requirement being the candidate for the highest seat in the land. Secondly, you can see on her face she's reading a whole lot of notes, and some she didn't even jot down. I bet you she didn't even jot down some of the notes.
Well,
And thirdly,
if you look at the Biden thing, right? You think about it. The Biden thing, when he was in there and he said the same thing, I noticed him. He was on a friendly softball network, and they was
Yep.
giving him underhand throws. And then the man asked him a pertinent question, and he said, "Well, man, who is you working for?" I think it was Stephanopoulos, and you know that's their boy. They love him, right? They love
Yeah, they do.
Stephanopoulos. He
They
said,
love
man,
Stephanopoulos,
who
man.
is you working for? He said, well, sir, I'm just asking what the American people want to ask. He was like, man, you ain't asking me the right questions. Like, how dare you ask me a pertinent question? And that's kind of how she's looking now. She's like, you know, you gonna ask me something that I gotta really answer? How dare you?
Yep.
And most
You're
significant
asking me a real
aspect
tough
of
question now?
my policy perspective and decisions is my values have not changed.
Man, she
You
lied
mentioned the
so
Green New
quick,
Deal.
bro.
Is
Too
my
quick.
values have not changed.
Yeah,
You
they
mentioned
are.
the Green New Deal.
Bro, I figured it out. I figured it out, y'all. Y'all know what she looking down at, bro?
What's that?
I thought it was an iPad of some sort. It could be notes, but I thought it was maybe an iPad. That's that, because I've seen them do that at the.
No, I got it. This might land. This might not land. I think it's old Willie Brown down there.
Oh my God! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Stop it!
Uncle Willie.
Oh man!
Really?
Uncle Willie.
Download Willie Brown, huh? Oh man!
Oh my gosh.
Let's continue.
I have always believed, and I have worked on it, that the climate crisis is real, that it is an urgent matter to which we should apply metrics that include.
Listen here, I gotta stop this for a minute. Listen here. Now, in fairness, it's not all black women, but to the black
In
heifer,
fairness, it is not.
yeah. You think I'm lying? Go look on TikTok. But to the black heifers that are backing this female for president,
Oh dear.
y'all gonna sit up and say this is the best of black women? Really? This the best y'all could do? I know, and here's the funny part. I know it's not, but this is the best y'all can do. Really?
Cynthia McKinney sitting at the house laughing
Her ass off.
because if you put Cynthia McKinney in front of this person right here, being Cynthia McKinney is $8 FBA all the way, and she speak on her stuff. She don't have to look down at nothing. She's automatically ready to go. You don't start an argument with the woman because I've seen her destroy the rhinos multiple times. Lindsey Graham, she held them to account in their face constantly.
Bro,
She was anti-war, very anti-war.
Who's the girl that was up there on the stage with Trump? The sister that was up there with Trump.
Um,
She would eat Kamala alive, and she's not even a politician.
You talking about Harris Faulkner?
No, not Harris Faulkner. Michaela Montgomery or something like that. Funny name.
Oh
She
yeah, I
was
know
up
you're
there.
talking about. She
Yeah.
spoke at Trump's Atlanta
Bruh.
rally.
Yeah, she'll destroy her.
Probably.
Holding ourselves to deadlines around time. We did that with the Inflation Reduction Act. We have set goals for the United States of America and by extension the globe around when we should meet certain standards for reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. As an example, that value has not changed. My value around what we need to do to secure our border, that value has not changed. I spent 2 terms as the Attorney General of California prosecuting transnational criminal organizations, violations of American laws regarding the illegal passage of guns, drugs, and human beings across our border. My values have not changed. So that is the reality of it. And 4 years of being vice president, I'll tell you, one of the aspects to your point is traveling the country extensively. I mean, I'm here in Georgia. I think somebody told me 17 times since I've been vice president in Georgia alone. I believe it is important to build consensus, and it is important to find a common place of understanding of where we can actually solve problems.
On that note, you had a lot of Republican speakers at
Nice
the
cut off.
convention. Will you appoint a Republican to your cabinet?
Nice
Yes, I
cut.
would.
Nice job cutting her off.
Yes,
right
I
there.
would. No
Nice
one in
job
particular
cutting
in
her off
mind.
at the pass.
We got 68
I
days
love
to
it.
go with this election, so I'm not putting the cart before the horse, but I would. I think
You already did.
it's really important. I have spent my career inviting diversity of opinion. I think it's important to have people at the table.
Yeah, when you have a 90% turnover rate for your staff, I guess you would have a diversity of opinion. Now, wouldn't you?
When some of the most important decisions are being made that have different views, different experiences. And I think it would be to the benefit of the American public to have a member of my cabinet who was a Republican.
I want to ask you about your opponent, Donald
Big
Trump.
big cut.
I
Big
was a
cut.
little bit surprised. People
Yeah,
might be surprised to hear that
actually three
you have
separate
never
videos.
interacted with
I
him,
just
met
put them
him
together in a
face to
playlist.
face. That's going to change soon. But what I want to ask you about is what he said last month. He suggested that you happened to turn Black recently for political purposes, questioning a core
Stop.
part of your
Stop.
identity.
Stop. My next 3 words are as follows. Find the lie. That's what I thought.
Yo, one thing,
Same.
one thing they're not reporting on. I dropped the link in the back. Is all the people that left her cabinet that was working for her. All the
Mhm.
ladies that left. If y'all remember correctly, Simone
Yeah.
Sanders, the bald-headed liar, she left.
Yep. She left.
I just dropped the link in the back. Simone
I'm
Sanders
looking
left,
at it now.
and many other ladies left. They're not even
Mhm.
reporting it as if it never happened. Why did they leave if
They
she's
want,
so
well,
great
they
to
want
work
to keep
for?
it. Well, they want to keep it hush hush. They want to
Yeah,
keep it like it never happened.
yeah, like it never happened.
Well, actually, I have. Let me see if I can find it. I think this is it. No, it's not it. Let's see what's that.
What's going on, Casey? How are you?
Not
Maybe
much.
so.
Chilling in KC, man. Chilling in KC. Had family reunion this weekend.
Oh, that's
Oh,
cool.
nice.
Man, they worked us to death, bro.
They worked you to death. You ain't right for that.
I
You're
did a
true,
12.
but you ain't. You
Did a 12
you're
hour
true,
shift.
but you ain't right for that.
Oh, I don't think I have it. So, oh well.
Oh gosh, I
Got
love
the
it.
full panel. All right, let's. And by the way, y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show.
And
Hit the Super Chat,
Detro has
support the show.
Woo! Oh
Detro
man.
has no sense. Simone Sanders
Number
equals bald bull from Mike Tyson's Punch Out.
no. That's either LT from the Giants or Magic Johnson's son.
Ooh, damn.
That
No
that'll
lie,
be
but
EJ.
damn.
Have y'all noticed that all of them look like Magic Johnson's son?
Well,
They all
He
do,
looks
man.
like
They every time
you
you
put
turn
it.
on the TV, bro, you see somebody that look like they was off of Wakanda. You're like,
Oh,
damn.
you never thought you'd see
Old
somebody.
tired playbook.
Never thought you'd see
Next
somebody
question,
bald headed
please.
live, huh?
Questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
He suggested that you happened to turn Black recently for political purposes, questioning a core part of your identity.
Yeah.
Any?
Same old tired playbook. Next question, please.
That's it?
there's a cackle.
There it is. There's the first one.
And
Notice, I want to teach y'all something. Notice she did not confirm nor deny.
She did not. I noticed it too.
She did not. She did not.
Notice she did not confirm because she knew if she would have said no, yeah, we looking for that Hidden Valley Ranch, huh? But
Lots of it.
a lot of word salad.
A
Think
bunch
about
of
it. If she said this and somebody pull it back, first Asian, she would have looked foolish. You got fucking Waltz over there looking like. And by the way, Waltz is probably the person who's supposed to be your handler.
Mm-hmm.
That's him.
Even though
That's
he
why
too
he's there.
busy. Even though he too busy putting tampons in boys' locker rooms.
Yeah.
Dear God in heaven.
Bro, he got
Weirdo.
bro, Charles, he got to be Catholic. I'm sorry. My bad. I'm sorry.
He doesn't wear caps. He wears stockings. What can tell you, AB?
Shut up, Charles. I love you for that.
That's it. Okay. Let's talk about some foreign policy issues that would be on your plate if you become commander in chief. President Biden
wind
has
up
tried
on the pitch.
unsuccessfully to end the war between Israel and Hamas in Gaza. He's been doing it for months and months, along with you. Would you do anything differently? For example, would you withhold some U.S. weapons shipments to Israel? That's what a lot of people on the progressive left want you to do.
Let me be very clear. I'm unequivocal and
Translation. Well, first of all, look at her eyes. Let me go look at my
Yeah,
notes.
let
I'm
me
not
look at my
supposed to do
notes.
my
Why
notes.
she got it, bruh? Like she act like she reading to us like old dude back in the day. What's the brother that used to read to people on TV? What's his name?
Reading Rainbow.
Yeah,
LeVar
bruh.
Burton.
LeVar Burton.
Yeah,
LeVar
LeVar
Burton.
Burton. But I don't need you to read to me right now, lady. I don't. I don't need it.
Apparently, we do. But I'm not one to gossip, so you ain't heard it from my ass.
I'm with the master teacher. Is this your queen?
And by the way, she's not looking at Willie Brown. If she was, she'd be looking up.
Oh,
Damn, Charles, that's wrong.
unwavering in my commitment.
you ain't
Demon
shit for that,
time.
Charles.
Demon
I'll hit the
time.
cash app for that one right there.
You ain't shit for that, Charles. I love it.
To Israel's defense and its ability to defend itself. And that's not going to change. But let's take a step back. October 7, 1,200 people were massacred. Many young people who were simply attending a music festival. Women were horribly raped.
That was found out to be misinformation. There wasn't a bunch of horrible essays that they were talking about. There weren't a bunch of beheaded babies. That's misinformation. Oh no. Wait, I'm sorry. You're just lying your ass off.
As I said then, I say today, Israel has a right to defend itself. We would. And how it does so matters. Far too many innocent Palestinians have been killed. And we have got to get a deal done. We were in Doha. We have to get a deal done. This war must end.
In the meantime,
And we must get a deal that is about getting the hostages out.
Clear edits.
I've met with the families of the American hostages. Let's get the hostages out. Let's get the ceasefire done.
but no change in policy in terms of arms and so forth.
No, we have to get a
Nice.
deal done. Dana, we have to get a deal done. When you look at
That's not what you said
the
a moment ago.
significance of this to the families, to the people who are living in that region, a deal is not only the right thing to do to end this war, but will unlock so much of what must happen next. I remain committed since I've been on October 8th to what we must do to work toward a two-state solution where Israel is secure and in equal measure, the Palestinians have security
Israel never
and
believed
self-determination
in a two.
and
Israel
dignity.
never believes in a two-state nation. That's bullshit. She knows that. Israel is adamantly against a two-state nation. This is why they want to eradicate them. The same shit they left Germany for. They said it's our turn. Stop the
Y'all hit the
bullshit.
chat and support the show. Hit the super chat. Support the show.
Hey, it's Sergeant Falk Tax in the building. I ain't donate to my shit. Y'all better donate to this one. It's
Governor
the
Walz,
fucking Colosseum.
the country is just starting to get to know you. I want to ask
But shout
you
out to
a
everybody
question
who
about
does
how
will
you
donate
described your
to
service
my
in the
show.
National Guard. You said that
As
you
a matter
carried
of fact-
veterans in war, but you have never deployed actually in a war zone. A campaign official said that you misspoke. Did you?
Well, first of all, I'm incredibly proud. I've done 24 years of wearing the uniform of this country. Equally proud of my service in a public school classroom, whether it's Congress or the governor. My record speaks for itself, but I think people are coming to get to know me. I speak like they do. I speak candidly. I wear my emotions on my sleeves. And
But you never went overseas when you were supposed to go overseas. What about the guys who were not politically connected or didn't have the right?
In other words, what Charles is saying to this guy,
now that is some bullshit.
You
Got that
want
clip.
you
Shout
want
out to George
that's
W.
clear
Bush.
shit. You really want. See, this is my problem with politicians, and I would sit right in front of them. On December 3rd, 2003, y'all were happy to send orders for me to go over. until March 15, 2005. You were happy to send, but how many were you willing to send your kids' asses over there? How many, let's go bare bones. How many of you were willing to go over there?
Damn.
But you're gonna tell somebody that, one, we can't hire you for certain jobs for some veterans. Two, we're gonna fight you tooth and nail for your fucking benefits for some veterans. And three, we're gonna deny that we had any involvement with fire pits or any damn thing for a whole lot of veterans. And these are the type of motherfuckers you want to follow? Oh, trust me, I got a vested in.
It took Jon Stewart's efforts to finally get compensation for victims of the
9/11.
burn pits.
And I'm gonna tell you what's even bigger, right? What makes it funny is that how many people do you have in government right now who are veterans of Iraq and Afghanistan? Only
none.
Vance. Only Vance.
You also got that one congressman from Texas who has the eye patch.
Yeah, he was a SEAL.
Man, y'all are perfect right now. Y'all right on time. I just dropped a clip in the back for you, AB. That is the one.
And you're fucking telling me, and you're fucking gonna sit here and tell me, because not all wounds are physical. There's shit that people had to do to fucking survive. And you're gonna tell these let's go to the civilian side of shit for a minute, if you don't mind me, AB, before you finish.
Go ahead.
Look at a guy like Snowman. You know, put in work for his country as a civilian, paid into his taxes, but when he becomes ill of no means of his own, what does the country do? Oh, we can't give you unemployment. We can't give you these benefits. We can't declare you, even though you're disabled. We can't officially consider you disabled.
Even though I have been declared disabled on paper as of 2 years ago.
And here's the fucked up part. You might have to talk to somebody from the state with that shit. And here's the fucked up part. Snowman is not the minority. There's a lot of Americans who look at this fucking regime and said, dude, I can barely afford my rent. Now I gotta look at, do I keep my house, my lights on, or do I get a fucking can of fucking tuna? And you allow these fucking landlords to price gouge poor people. How fucking dare you? And last but not least, you're bragging about when you were AG, when you committed fucking unconstitutional acts against the citizens of California, and all, instead of apologizing, making a formal apology, you did that lame ass, goofy ass, dumb ass cackle. They should have sued your ass a long time ago.
That's a 10 toes down cackle, goddammit. Y'all gonna respect her authority, goddammit. Shit.
I'm gonna respect her because she knows how to. It's hard for me to respect a person who knows how to undo a belt without hands. It's hard for me to talk about values when, guess what? One of the kids I mentor who works for Black Lion, he's doing 4 years active duty. My nephew's still active. One of my good friends is over in Germany. My cousin's in Japan. So I got vested interest. Not only that I'm a veteran, I mentor people. I'm a lot of your cops and a lot of people who came across me joined the military off of meeting me. I have vested interest in making sure they come back safe or better than what the fuck we left them as. So I hate to say this, with all due respect, ma'am, dismiss me with that bullshit. Continue, please.
And let me throw something in there for all the folks that have become disabled, either as civilians or as military. What the fuck are you gonna do in this country for the disabled men who still get treated like shit, whether the
And,
military,
I speak
or
especially
not?
passionately about our children being
And
shot in schools and around
okay,
guns. So I think people know me. They know who I am. They know where my heart is. And again, my record has been out there for over 40 years.
Yeah, your record
where is
of
your heart?
putting tampons in the boys' bathroom. You want to tout that? Okay.
First
You
of
think
all,
you think that's gonna? Hey, Snowman, you think that's gonna play to the dudes in the Midwest?
Now that is some
can I say something about that? Can
Yeah.
I say something about that? At the end of the day, whose responsibility are the schools? Whose direct responsibility are the schools? The principals or the superintendents or the state? Who's the immediate authority there? So, or is it the Department of Education in that particular state? I understand
Department
we're
of
talking
Education.
about, the absurdity of tampons and tampon dispensaries and boys in the boys' restrooms, but what is that? Some of them can just say like, this, that, and third, but I guess we're just a little nitpicky on that one, I think. But I
Yeah,
get
let's
the
continue.
point.
To speak for itself.
And the idea that you said that you were in war.
Yeah.
Did you misspeak as the campaign has said?
Yeah, I said we were talking about, in this case, this was after a school shooting, the ideas of carrying these weapons of war. And my wife, the English teacher, told me my grammar is not always correct. But again, if it's not this, it's an attack on my children for showing love for me, or it's an attack on my dog. I'm not going to do that. And the one thing I'll never do is I'll never demean another member's service in any way. I never have, and I never will.
I just one other question, because again, this is all new.
Yeah.
I mean, this was not however many days ago. This was not
Yeah.
on either of your bingo cards, especially yours. You had to clarify that you had said that you and your wife used IVF, but it turned out you used a different kind of fertility in order to have children. And then when you ran for Congress in 2006, your campaign repeatedly made false statements about a 1995 arrest for drunk and reckless driving. What do you say to voters who aren't sure whether they can take you at your word?
Well, I've been very public. I think they can see my students come out, former folks I've served with, and they vouch for me. I certainly own my mistakes when I make them. The one thing I'll tell you is I wished in this country we wouldn't have to do this. I spoke about our infertility issues because it's hell, and families know this. And I spoke about the treatments that were available to us that had those beautiful children there. That's quite a contrast in folks that are trying to take those rights away from us. And so I think people know who I am. They know that record. They've seen that. I've taught thousands of students. I've been out there.
Pause.
I won't
Okay,
apologize for
okay.
speaking passionately, whether it's guns in schools.
Let me ask a question, Charles. Let me ask a question. Now, correct me if I'm wrong. 3 up, 3 down with the cluster in the middle. That's Sergeant Major, Command Sergeant Major, right?
Well, if it has a diamond, that's a first sergeant.
Okay, so 3
But
up, 3 down with the diamond, but the cluster in the middle with the star,
the
that's
cluster
Command.
is a sergeant. Cluster is a sergeant major. The reef is a command sergeant major.
Okay,
My boy,
yeah, that's
he went in a year.
right.
He went in a year after me. So he has 24 years. Even though he's a year older, which I found funny, he went in a year after me, and he's a command sergeant major, right?
So when he
So
went,
he works with a full bird colonel.
so when he went into Sergeant Major school, and he could have chose either 2 of those modus operandi, he could have chose
So
either one, right?
sergeant major is when you go to sergeant major school, you're probably promotable or already a sergeant major. So sergeant major, then it's command sergeant major.
Right.
So you're
What I'm
higher up.
asking you, when he went in with his battalion, and they asked him this softball, right? So he's supposed to go over there. He decided he didn't want to go in theater. You know what I'm saying? He
You go.
declined,
You go. You're
right?
supposed to go because there were sergeant majors who were there and colonels.
he goes in, he says he was in war. That's why they got him on his question. You see, he pivoted that because he was saying, yeah, I was in war with these weapons of war. And he said, well, I was, I was just taking the artillery in, and I was out of country, but I was taking in artillery.
He just went in long enough. He probably just went in long enough to get his pay.
Retirement benefits, yes.
Yeah, but his last was master sergeant, and some of the command sergeant majors that was in his class, and some of the other sergeant majors came out, and they didn't like that, and some of his units was like they wanted him to go out there.
He should be called out for that because one, if I was under his authority, hold on. If I was under his authority, and you're telling me to do something, but it's better to matter. How are you going to get the respect of your troops when you can't even keep it a buck?
Exactly.
You feel?
Right.
You feel me? That's like that's like if somebody hires you to do computer graphics and you lied on your resume.
Mm-hmm.
It's funny because one of the guys who was trolling BGS, me and had a nice conversation when he actually doxed me, and he was shocked. I said, "Yeah," and I said, "Yeah." I told you it was true, huh? And a little bit more. So,
protecting of reproductive rights, the contrast could not be clearer between what we're running against. The vice president's position on this has been clear. And I think most Americans get it if you've been through that. I don't think they're cutting hairs on IVF or IUI. I think what they're cutting hairs on is an abortion ban and the ability to be able to deny families the chance to have a beautiful child.
Vice President Harris, you were a very staunch defender of President Biden's capacity to serve another 4 years. Right after the debate, you insisted that President Biden is extraordinarily strong. Given where we are now, do you have any regrets about what you told the American people?
No, not at all. Not at all. I have served with President Biden for almost 4 years now, and I'll tell you, it's one of the greatest honors of my career, truly. He cares so deeply about the American people. He is so smart and loyal to the American people. And I have spent hours upon hours with him, be it in the Oval Office or the situation.
She doesn't even believe that, AB.
She doesn't believe anything she said in this doggone thing.
Situation room. He has the intelligence, the commitment, and the judgment and disposition that I think the American people rightly deserve in their president. By contrast, the former president has none of that. And so, one, I am so proud to have served as vice president to Joe Biden. And two, I'm so proud
now that is some bullshit.
Running with Tim Walz.
My God.
For president of the United States, and to bring America what I believe the American people deserve, which is a new way forward and turn.
Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the Cash App, support the show, hit the Super Chat, support the show. Anyway.
In the page on the last decade of what I believe
this kind of interview will make you yawn.
Contrary to where the spirit of our country really lies.
But the last decade, of course, the last 3.5 years has been part of your administration.
I'm talking about an era that started about a decade ago, where there is some suggestion.
Pause.
I noticed he did it just now.
That
transition,
the measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you beat down, instead of where I believe most Americans are,
AB?
Which is to believe that the true measure of the strength of a leader is based on who you lift up. That's what's at stake.
She said a decade ago, y'all. Y'all didn't catch that?
I did. I heard it.
Who was the president? Who was the president a decade ago? It wasn't no Republican. It was a Democrat, wasn't it?
Yep.
Not Obama.
Wasn't it Barry?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it was Barry
himself.
So if it was Mr. Sotoro that just put you as the front runner of the Democrats, so you blaming him for 10 years ago. You blamed Trump for 4 years ago. You said you did better with the inflation, but it ain't as what you need it to be. So you're gonna fix it all when you get elected, as if you ain't in office right now. But
You
hold
had
on.
the last vote on the tips thing. You talking about what you want to do now. You didn't have to. Why didn't you just use your VP power to veto that deal so that the tips could have stayed off the table right then? You didn't have to get president to do that. You could have did it
Because
then.
she
You had the
didn't know
last
her.
vote.
She
Bro,
didn't know
bro,
her
bro,
position.
bro, like signing up for this is like signing another 360 deal, and you'd be like, I'm good. What? You just signed a 360 deal, bro. It's like watching Big Red hang the dude off the counter, and he like, my office hours is 9 to 5, and you like, shit, I'm gonna just go ahead and re-sign with Big Red.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Hold up, that ranch, is that what she's putting on her greens now? So she's
Lots
doing
of
ranch.
it.
No, that
Lots of
goes for
it.
the word salad, the diet word salad.
Oh,
Get
The
ranch
okay.
with
diet
it.
word
Yeah,
salad.
you get the diet word salad with ranch
He
or
said the
fat-free ranch.
diet
Hey, that's
word
that curry
salad.
ranch. That's that curry ranch.
The
Bro, bro,
diet
bro,
curry
bro, bro,
ranch.
As much as any other
bro,
detail
bro.
that we could discuss
Sorry,
in this
AB, my
election.
bad.
Because we haven't had a chance to talk, I'm just curious, staying on President Biden, when he called you and said he was pulling out of the race, what was that like? And did he offer to endorse you right away, or did you ask for it?
It
He
was
said, "Oh fuck."
it was a Sunday. So here, I'll give you a little too much information.
Go for it. There's no such thing, Madam Vice President.
My family was staying with us, and including my baby nieces. And
Oh
we had
no.
just had pancakes and, Auntie, can I have more bacon? Yes, I'll make you more bacon. And then
Bacon. I had that
we
bacon.
were
It's
we were sitting down
bacon.
to do a puzzle. And the
And
phone
now
rang
you
and
got
he said
handed a
that.
big one to solve.
And he told me what he had decided to do. And I asked him, "Are you sure?" And he said yes. And that's how I learned about it.
And what about the endorsement? Did you ask for it?
Now that is some bullshit.
But you notice she
That
wasn't
is some
looking down like she was
bullshit.
reading. Look how the table looks now. She
Oh.
she never looked down like she was reading during the response to give that answer. Meaning that
Mm-hmm.
was an answer that she already had. That was she was ready to prepare to give. Now they show you the table now, but the table is never seen when she's speaking about anything else. It's zoomed so far up on her that you
Right.
can't see the table.
Right.
That's why she's looking down. See, she looking down. I was thinking that she had a iPad or something. I've seen them at that
Yeah,
debate.
she got something when she has something when it's all the way up on her. There's something that's there. But now when they move it back, they scale it back, and now you see
Of
her.
course.
But the
Of
way she
course.
answered
He
everything,
was very clear that he was
you
going
can
to
get it.
support
Now
me.
you
So
see
when he
the
called to
They
tell you,
snuck
he
in.
said,
They
"I'm
snuck
pulling
in
out."
and removed.
Well, some people say
Wait,
that
wait,
she
wait,
had
wait,
a.
wait, wait. AB, do me a favor. Peek in your chat and look at this fellow named Brian Will.
They were saying that she had an earpiece on.
They always have the earpiece. They always have the earpiece, but the earpiece has some
Where's
slight
he at?
delay.
Oh, wait a minute. I see it.
You see it?
Yeah.
Yeah. May I respond, please?
Oh.
I didn't hear any sound effects. What is he talking about?
Mine.
Oh, I didn't hear him.
Oh, he'll be all right. Let's continue the show. That's not important.
Okay.
The race, and I'm going to support you.
Well, my first thought was not about me, to be honest with you. My
Yes,
first
it
thought was
was.
about him, to be honest. I think history is going to show a number of things about Joe Biden's presidency. I think history is going to show that in so many ways it was transformative, be it on what we have accomplished around finally investing in America's infrastructure, investing in new economies, in new industries, what we have done to bring our allies back together and have confidence in who we are as America and grow that alliance, what we have done to stand true to our principles, including the one of the important international rules and norms, which is the importance of sovereignty and territorial integrity. And I think history is going to show not only has Joe Biden led an administration that has achieved those extraordinary successes, but the character of the man is one that he has been in his life and career, including as a president, quite selfless and puts the American people first.
I just have to ask you both about two
My God.
standout
Another
moments, aside, of course,
Mm,
from
mm,
the addresses that you both gave, but standout moments
mm.
that were perhaps unexpected during the convention. You mentioned one of them, Governor. A moment that you shared, that the world shared with your son, Gus. You were speaking, the camera caught him, so incredibly proud of you, so emotional, saying, "That's my dad."
Yeah, I don't know as a father I could have ever imagined that. I'm grateful for so many reasons to be on this ticket, but that moment, to understand what was really important, to have my son feel a sense of pride in me, that I was trying to do the right thing. And it was, you try and protect your kids, it brings notoriety and things, but it was just such a visceral, emotional moment that I'm grateful I got to experience it, and I'm so proud of him. I'm proud of him. I'm proud of Hope. I'm proud of Gwen. She's a wonderful mother, and these are great kids. And I think the one thing is talking about the era we're in is
when Walls, I saw that right in some of the highlights where they had the song. I didn't know his son was autistic. I don't know much about Tim Walls. I only learned this during the DNC. So he got up, he clapped for him. They made a big deal about him grabbing his son on stage, like kind of jerking his arm and kind of moving over. And they said, well, Tim Wall's son is autistic. Okay, that's cool. I do see that they're using that as a talking point. It's funny that they had made that a deal. He's trying to stand on that. Oh, yeah, they made fun of my son, this and that, And I look back at what they had, that one disabled brother that came up there, and he was in a wheelchair. He couldn't even speak. I mean, everything he was saying was unintelligible. And they had this lady that was supposed to be the translator. This man literally got up there, AB, and I'm for the disabled people, man. I give them their benefits, all of what they deserve, man. But man, ain't healthcare and all that. But man, that man just said, "Oh yeah." And she said, "Well, he just said he's been a part of the Democratic Party for this long, this and that, and he's a staunch supporter of Kamala." And I'm like, "You got that from that?"
Hold on, stop. I want you to repeat exactly what the fuck you heard that man say, and then I want you to turn around and tell the rest of us what the fuck that translator said to make that make sense. I know he's got to say this one more time for all the motherfuckers in the back room.
It was his wife, AL. That was his wife, AL.
It don't matter. It don't fucking matter.
Hey, he said, she was like,
hold on. That right there sounds like to me, because I've been around children and kids who got autism and who's autistic. Sounds like to me he was trying to take a shit. That's what that sounded like. That's what the fuck that sounded like.
Look, and my boy Stephen Hawking, if you're gonna bring somebody up with that, man, bring up the Stephen, get the man voice box ready to go. Call Elon and get the stuff, get the man voice box set up.
And these are white people. They can afford them voice boxes. They can afford anything. They can put it on their health insurance, on their credit cards, all that. You're going to bring an inarticulate speaking, autism type special needs person up there to give a form of rebuttal speech to the American public, and you finna try to pass this off as he said something grand and so profound that it just made such a major impact on everybody in society. No, we heard an autistic boy.
Okay, let me tell you.
Our politics
felt
can be
bad. I
better.
thought they was
It can be
abusing it,
different. We can show some of these things, and we can have families involved in this. And I hope that there was I hope people felt that out there, and I hope they hug their kids a little tighter, because you just never know, and life can be kind of hard.
And last question, Madam Vice President, the photograph that has gone viral. You were speaking, one of your grandnieces that you were just talking about was watching you accept the nomination. You didn't explicitly talk about gender or race in your speech, but it obviously means a lot to a lot of people, and that viral picture really says it. What does it mean to you?
You know, I
Pause.
am running because I believe that
I knew it. Saw that deflection coming. Continue.
I am the best person to do this job at this moment,
not?
for all Americans, regardless of race and gender. But I did see that photograph, and I was deeply touched by it. And you're right, it's the back of her head, her two little braids, and then I'm in the front of the photograph, obviously speaking. And it's very humbling. It's very humbling in many ways.
Did she talk to you about it afterwards?
Oh, she had a lot to talk about. She had a lot. She listened to everything, and she listens to everything.
Give you your hot takes?
Oh, yeah, definitely.
Madam Vice President, Governor Walz, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
for having
Thank you,
us.
Dana. Thank you.
Hey, AB, I put that video in the back chat, the disabled guy and lady, if you wanted to check it out.
Let's get off that.
I would like to get some blue cheese for that salad.
Lots of blue cheese. 40
It
minutes
looked
of.
like that's what it was too. It looked like it was a blue
Can you,
cheese salad.
can you imagine what the folks that were filming this were thinking? How much word salad did we get served tonight?
More than enough.
It's 40 minutes they said they had, right, AB? 40 minutes?
Yep.
So they cut it down to 18. They didn't even use half of it. I would say, if they're saying it was 40 minutes, I would say it will probably be at least 75, maybe 80 minutes. They had to be, man, because look at the background. For as much money as they spent on the DNC, this canned interview with these softball questions, you would have thought they could. I mean, look how much money they spent at one place where they made everybody get out of the restaurant that was in Pennsylvania, and they bust in all of the supporters where it make it look like she was doing an impromptu town hall, at the miners bar, and they spent all that money to do that. Had it the lighting, they had the right background, they had the people asking questions. What happened to doing these interviews and then having it in a town hall form? I've seen Trump even go on to CNN, I believe, and he would actually do the town hall and let the people ask the questions and attack him on his policy, and actually go out there and into the let's just say the enemy territory right there. And she would never do a Fox interview, never.
I mean,
She wouldn't last.
Let's keep it a buck. Trump is allowing reporters come to Mar-a-Lago, full access, anytime, gloves off, and boom. And he's letting international people, journalists, come. So what does that tell you?
No fear.
No fear.
Yeah. You don't see anything about that last one? They had that psychopath that was, I think it was in Pennsylvania again, that tried to jump the fence and was trying to get at Trump. Again, like I told you, they're gonna keep on trying to get at him. They tested the waters. You know what I'm saying? That dude jumped over there and they got him pretty good. Funny enough, it was a lot of sheriffs. It wasn't a lot of the Secret Service operatives that got him. It was the sheriff, a lot of the local sheriffs and the state police that got the guy.
Well,
That's usually how it's supposed to go when it's a perimeter, because it's supposed to be two different perimeters. The outer perimeter is local PD. The inner perimeter is Secret Service.
Right, they supposed to be right there. They the body men. They got to be in the inner perimeter, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, Secret Services usually.
Well, in that video, I saw a lot of sheriff jumping. They got him hold to him. But I mean, he jumped the fence. It looked like, like how the auditorium, how they had it set up. It kind of reminded me of wrestling. And you know how you had, the wrestling, you have that one little gate, like I said, the Royal Rumble or whatever. People jump over the gate or whatever. It kind of looked like that. And then Trump was in the middle, kind of like where the ring would be, I guess, to make it a comparison. And the guy jumps the gate, about to get ready and jump into the ring. They got him just before he got right in that, I guess, about 25 foot of where that fence was. And, these type of psychopaths, I don't think they'll slow down as we come closer to the election. As we come closer, I think that it'll increase.
Well,
we also got a fact. We also got a fact that he definitely has PMCs contracted. So outside of law enforcement and Secret Service, you best believe there is a security firm dialed in for any breakdown.
a couple of the bigger guys that was from the old Blackwater sector have offered their services for free. After they seen what happened and whatnot. And what's funny is, I don't know if you guys remember the JD Vance clip where Kamala was coming through on her jet and they were on the tarmac at the same time. And JD was like, hey, why don't she come out here and debate me right now? You know what I'm saying? VP, whatever, this and that. And if you notice in the video, you see a certain character and she's got these glasses on. And it's this chick from Secret Service, the same one we see that could not holster her weapon, Charles, that was looking like she was posing for an Instagram photo, that had the VIP basically waiting to get into the armored vehicle and waited for so long. If there were alternate agents or contingencies, they could have came in there and took out the exit plan, and you still came and holster your gun. That same woman was on the tarmac with brother JD Vance when he was out there, basically saying, come on, Kamala, come on out there and debate me. And you notice that after old girl Cheeto said she would not resign, after everybody called for resignation, soon after she resigned. And then they said, well, did you chastise or terminate or put anybody on administrative leave or anything after this incident? She says, no. And then they fire 5 of them afterwards. But I see that lady that was at JD Vance's detail. She's still in the mix.
Well,
I would trust the PMCs more.
Big Van. So I'll give you a little backstory with the lady, the one you're talking about. She was the one that actually called for the counter snipers last minute for Trump. So this is why they're giving a little leeway, because if she didn't make that final phone call and force him to pull that trigger, this would be a whole different ending.
Yeah, and that worries me in more ways than one. Because like I said, too, in these different nets, man, you got liaisons, local liaison. That net is the Secret Service is supposed to get the back end of all those nets. They're supposed to know if there's a guy with a rangefinder, we may very well not let VIP even hit the stage, because that's a threat, is it not? A guy with a rangefinder. We got our eyes on him. What do you mean you got your eye? He's got a rangefinder. The hell you mean you got your eyes on him?
All right, all right, guys. We have to have. Hold on, wait. Oh wait, I'm sorry, wrong one.
Correct? I do. I am not the type of female to be up in somebody's cheesecake factory.
Okay,
I know that's what you're used to. Brokey on a budget.
Time out.
Brokey on a budget. All the brokies stand up.
So you want to go to Ruth Chris, right?
Yes.
All right. I feel like Ruth Chris is reserved for women that hold themselves to a bit of a standard that is not quite your level. Because when you walked in here, I promise you right now, something was a little off. I didn't want to say nothing, but since we want to talk about Brokey, Stinky, Stop playing with me.
Why would you say that on camera? Are you
Hey.
serious?
Wait.
Hey. You bringing the fuck on across my side of the table now. Stay over there with that.
Over here was
Stay over there
disrespecting
with
me.
that.
It's hot. Of course I'm sweating. I just didn't put on my everywhere deodorant.
You must wear that everywhere but here, huh?
You having me smell like berries and all that. Give me the confidence for when I actually meet a man with money, not a broke boy like you. I'm not gonna let you get me out of character, brokey.
Please. But you actually smell better.
Really?
Yeah.
Is your hairline getting better?
Wow. So he can't talk about her smelling kind of tart, but she can call him all kind of dusties and brokies. And you need to take me to Ruth Chris, but I'm like, yeah, you don't deserve Ruth Chris. You barely deserve a Cheesecake Factory. And I don't like all this Cheesecake Factory hate. My brother used to work at Cheesecake Factory. Man, they got a big menu, and you know what? When they cook it right, it actually tastes good, and it ain't cheap. It ain't Chili's or Applebee's. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to go to Cheesecake Factory? All right. You damn sure ain't going to Ruth Chris.
Mm-hmm. Let's play that again.
Correct?
I do.
I am not the type of female to be up in somebody's Cheesecake Factory.
Okay, so
I know that's what to
Hold
you,
on,
Sue,
hold
brokey
on.
on a budget.
Time out.
Brokey.
Is this the kind of heifer you would take to the Cheesecake Factory on the first date?
This heifer is not even worthy of Taco Bell. What the fuck do y'all think I'm gonna take her to? Cheesecake, Ruth Chris, Red Lobster, anywhere, Longhorn Steakhouse, anywhere? Hell no.
Nah, she ain't going nowhere, bro. I might get to taco stand. Maybe. You know what I'm saying? I might, what I'm gonna take her? I'm gonna take her to Bun Slut. Because that's all she worth. A good bun slut. That's a real restaurant. That's a real restaurant too. It's called Bun Slut.
White Castle.
I wish we
You
did
on
have
the
a White
budget?
Castle.
All the brokies stand up.
So you want to go to Ruth Chris, right?
Yes.
All right.
She wants to go to Ruth Chris, huh? Well, she could always pay for it herself because I ain't gonna pay for it.
I feel like Ruth Chris is reserved for women that hold themselves to a bit of a standard that is not.
Yeah. Now here's my position: restaurants like Cheesecake Factory and Ruth Chris are reserved for your fiance and or your wife.
Same thing with churrascos and that Brazilian steakhouse. I forgot the Fogo de Chao. You know what I'm saying? I've had a couple of women say that to me, and I'm looking at them like, Fogo de Chao, you think you worth Fogo de Chao? Like when
Hell no.
I go to Fogo, I go by myself, or I take my daughter, or I take one of my high-paying clients out there because they take care of me throughout the year, things of that nature. But as far as just a rando date, nah, bro.
Not quite your level, because when you walked in here, I promise you right now, something was a little off. I didn't want to say nothing, but since we want to talk about brokey, stinky, stop playing with me.
Why would you say that on camera? Are you serious? Sir, I'm not. Hold on.
Boy, she got it. She struck. Look, I would have thought she was trying to catch a pass. Boy, how she's stringing out on that table.
Right.
She's trying to get up, boy.
I got a question for y'all, all of y'all. If that would have been me, i.e. him talking to her, and she came across that table, would I have been wrong for knocking her back across that table? Just a question.
No.
No, but when it went to
Hold on. What's the but? You said no. There's no buts.
I'm just saying when it went to the DA, it may have changed. The DA would say you would be wrong, but I'm saying you're not wrong at all. As a matter of fact,
and guess what? DA, y'all even got it on the books. It's a rule called self-defense. I have a right to protect myself. She lunged to attack me. I deemed it as a threat. I'm not worried about what the fuck you think, Mr. DA. You deeming it as. I'm in the moment. I deem it as a threat. I'm gonna knock her back the next week.
That's right.
You bringing the fuck on across my side of the table now. Stay over there with that.
Over here was disrespecting me. It's hot. Of course I'm sweating. I just didn't put on my everywhere deodorant today.
Not her everywhere deodorant today.
Now do you understand why I labeled this everywhere stinky gold digger?
Hey, look. What's funny is I've seen some. I wanted to do a video.
Everywhere
Commercial. Those commercials that have that like he was talking about with that deodorant, the all around deodorant. I've seen the women's commercials where they'll have the deodorant. They say that you put this on your areas, and this here is gonna make you smell good. I'm like, what happened to just washing your ass and eating right and drinking some damn water?
See,
that was.
These hoes tried this gimmick shit in the 80s. They called it summer's eve breeze shit, whatever. They were walking around and spraying themselves. And I'm out and about one day, and I'm with my grandmother. I said, Grandmother, what is the need for this? She said, this is for women who prefer not to keep their hygiene up. So they have to conceal themselves. And then I told her, so they faking? They just funky? She said, yes, baby. Yes. So they've been trying these scams and schemes. I'm full.
This next one, try not to laugh. She's a little slow, but bless her heart.
Some of y'all did it in y'all life because your mama was giving him some cat.
Yeah. It's called biology, sweetheart.
Some of y'all daddies was in y'all life because your mama was giving him some cat.
Yeah. It's called biology, sweetheart.
I mean, come on, man. Like, what is she? Like, if you have sex with a woman and you copulate her, that means that she's gonna have a child. So that means you a daddy by default. She's a mother by default. I mean,
here's
come on,
one
this
video.
is what is it? 8th grade biology.
Your daddies was in y'all life because your mama was giving him some cat.
Yes, sweetheart.
He wasn't there because he wanted to be. Sorry to break that news to you.
Yeah, sweetheart. If you're talking about your own day, that's not my problem.
Well, she looked like she got a whole fucking lion, not a cat. But anyway.
But when I heard that, I was like, yes, sweetheart, it's called biology. Learn it.
The thing about it, when people say that the father left them, and I think this is why a lot of these women that they hate Kevin Samuels so much, and they shouldn't, because they loved him a lot, because he never had any shortage of women lined up in that Zoom call to be ready to expose their deepest secrets. And I would say that a lot of those women that would say, and Kevin will, I remember one that was actually pretty good, where he said, hey, did you ever ask your father what his side of the story was? I know you've been listening to your mother for 20 years, but have you ever reached out to the father and asked him why he left? Maybe your mother deployed white daddy over there at the sheriff's station, or at the city police, or at the judges. You ever notice that, where he was going go to jail just by dealing with your mother, and he had to stay alive himself. She want to call the police for anything. Why would a man stay? If, like you say, once you did, like AL just said, what the DA say later, notice dead men don't talk. So once you're dead, no one's going to advocate for you.
Nobody's going to believe. Nobody's ever going to believe the story. Now, what was the first video? Because I was in the shower, something that's foreign to the Summer Eve bitches.
You're gonna love the first video, and I hope BGS in the chat. I hope he comes up for this first video. The first video I showed was hilarious.
Oh man, I got to see this shit.
Them shorts, AB, them shorts be killing me, because I be watching some of them. I'm like,
did you put it? Did you put it up yet?
Yeah.
Let me watch.
Oh wait a minute. Sorry, wrong video. Yo, wait a minute. It's right video.
Okay.
Here, let me just play the whole clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, run the whole clip. I want to see that one, man, because that was a good find there, brother.
Just me personally, if you jump over the table at me, I'm a DDT. I'm gonna keep the momentum going. Oops.
And Charles, you're an officer of the law. Riddle me this. She jumped across the table to attack. Isn't what we're talking about doing as far as hitting her back to defend ourselves? Isn't that not self-defense?
If she's coming across the table in public and she's doing that shit, you got all right to fucking defend yourself.
Hello. I'm knocking her back.
Okay. Let the video play.
All right. I don't see it.
Yeah, we waiting.
Did you share the you got it on your second screen?
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Wait a minute. Am I on the wrong screen?
Want us to obey, and we just waiting.
Oh, wait. Sorry. All right.
Oh, yeah, there we go. Here we go.
Yeah, I can see it now. I can see it.
Yeah, let's start from the beginning. Sorry. I forgot I took it down.
See you.
Correct?
I do.
I am not the type of female to be up in somebody's cheesecake factory.
Really?
Okay,
I know that's what you used to, brokey on a budget.
Time out.
Brokey on a budget.
Yeah, you talking about yourself, sweetheart.
All the brokies stand up.
So you want to go to Ruth Chris, right?
Yes.
All right. I feel like Ruth Chris is reserved for women that hold themselves to a bit of a standard that is not quite your level. Because when you walked in here, I promise you right now, something was a little off. I didn't want to say nothing, but since we want to talk about brokey, stinky, stop playing with me.
Why would you say that on camera? Are you serious, sir?
You bringing the funk on across my side of the table now. Stay over there with that.
Brokey over here was
Stay over there
disrespecting
with
me.
that.
It's fine. Of
on,
course I'm
rewind,
sweating.
AB,
I
take
just
the
didn't
face
put on my
down so we
everywhere.
can see it.
But I move the names.
Yeah, rewind it and take the faces down so you can see the lunge because we.
Okay. Hold on. Wait a minute. Let's see. Where's it at? Here we go. All right, let's.
She do look like she got an odor.
Deodorant today.
Everywhere
Deodorant.
You right now, something was a little off. I didn't want to say nothing, but since we want to talk about brokey, stinky, stop playing with me.
Why would you say that on camera? Are you serious, sir?
You bringing the funk on across my side of the table now. Stay over there with that.
Brokey over here was
Stay over there
disrespecting
with
me.
that.
It's hot. Of course I'm sweating. I just didn't put on my everywhere deodorant today.
Everywhere
deodorant?
You must wear that everywhere but here, huh?
You having me smell like berries and all that. Give me the confidence for when I actually meet a man with money. Not a broke boy like you. I'm not gonna let you get me out of character, brokey.
Please. But you actually smell better.
Really?
Yeah.
Is your hairline getting better?
Hey, pause it on that lunge. Pause it on that lunge because it was low.
Let me put it to you this way: you can lunge over. See, the problem is that human beings lost this thing called the fear of God.
Mm-hmm.
Because would you lunge at a lion or a tiger or a silverback gorilla?
Hell no. You in their environment, you better not.
So last time I checked, if she'd have lunged and he'd have fucking choke slammed her ass, I tell people, don't tell me she's not a girl. At some point in life, you're gonna be called a threat.
Mm-hmm.
She is now an enemy target. She's now red. She's not, gray. She's not blue. We know, blue force. She's not blue. So that you gray at best. And now you just turn red. The moment you try to go through that, I'll tell you, man, AB, if you could just pause it where she stretched out, because it was loading right when it happened again. If you just go and pause it right where she stretched out on that table, then you can see, so Charles can see exactly the level of diving. I wish Jacoby Jones would have dived for a couple of passes more for us like that. She dived across that table.
Thinky, stop playing with me.
Why would you say that on camera? Are you serious, sir?
Here you go. Here you go.
Yeah. So why would you say that on camera, but she could say whatever she wants on camera?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, what kind of fun did I miss? I had to have a couple moments with my wife.
Oh, let's play the snowman.
Make sure. Well, just before you play it from the beginning, Y'all say some prayers for Jody. She's been very ill this weekend. Her throat is really, really messed up. She's been resting and getting better, but had to make sure she was okay.
Yeah.
Okay, you gonna love this on Snowman.
See you.
Correct.
I do.
I am not the type of female to be up in somebody's cheesecake factory.
Okay, so-
I know
so
that's
stop.
what you're
Hold
used to.
on. Hold
Brokey
on.
on a budget.
Time out.
Brokey on a budget.
So-
All the brokies stand up.
Sweetheart, you need to stand
Okay,
up.
I'm standing up. What the hell are you gonna do about it?
So you want to go to Ruth Chris, right?
Yes.
All right. I feel like Ruth Chris is reserved for women that hold themselves to a bit of a standard that is not quite your level. Because when you walked in here, I promise you right now, something was a little off. I didn't want to say nothing, but since we want to talk about brokey, stinky, stop playing with me.
Why would you say that on camera? Are you
Hey.
serious, sir?
Hold on. You bringing the fuck on across my side of the table.
I was all right,
Stay
but
over there
this
with that.
brokey over here was
over there
disrespecting
with
me.
that.
It's hot. Of course I'm sweating. I just didn't put on my everywhere deodorant today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. When she said everywhere, I was like, really? Oh, really, bitch? Everywhere.
Oh my god, dog, that was crazy. I'm like, it's gotta be fake, yo. I'm like, this gotta be fake, but so crazy that I can look at. I think it could be real because if you call a woman out like where she at, she will go in public.
No, that was
and
real.
like,
You can tell because she's like, why did you say something like that? The rage
No, you
came.
can tell that was a skit. You can tell that was a skit.
I was on 50-50, Charles. I'm like, it's 50-50. But at this point, the way women sit there and get up there and try to show, we call it a flow show. You know what I'm saying? You know, she flow showing. You know what I'm saying? She highfalutin. She like, yeah, I deserve Ruth Chris. How dare you talk about me smelling kind of
my ass.
You know what I'm
I
saying?
deserve some Ruth Chris. I need some Ruth Chris.
Shut up,
I
Charles.
need some Ruth Chris. Yeah, I need that Ruth Chris.
You must wear that everywhere but here, huh?
You having me smell like berries and all that. Give me the confidence for when I actually meet a man with money, not a broke boy like you. I'm not gonna let you get me out of character, brokey.
Please. Sorry, you're already out of character because you were never in character.
I'm getting better.
No, you're not. You're already out of character because you weren't in character, you dumbass.
So Charles, if I would have grabbed her when she made that dive, grabbed her, what Coach always say, once a person leave off their feet, they at your wheel. So now just grab them and put them on the
Well,
ground.
she's obviously the aggressor. She obviously the aggressor.
Yep.
That's what I keep telling you.
So what I'm asking is this, right? Because in Texas DPS, when I took the security test on Texas DPS, right, Department of Public Safety or whatever, that's who does it. It's the Texas Rangers in charge of it on the back end, and they do all the testing, right? So they say what I was told is as a certain level of security, it goes in different ways, but you still have to abide by the rules. And it was said you have to meet force with force.
Well, if she came to hit you, force with force means I could either go a step up or a step down, like equal force. So if you pull a knife on me, I could pull a gun. So if she hits me, I can hit her back, and it's empty hand against empty hand. Now, if she pulled a weapon and you fuck her up, like, you could get, there's some explaining, especially if it's on fucking camera, for God's sakes.
Yeah.
I mean, you're just being a heifer. Like, all you doing is saying that masculine ass energy. Like she about to kill a nigga with doing snooze or something. Like God damn it on that man.
Do you remember that one case where it was the guy and his worker that was in Texas? They was at a taco restaurant, and there was a guy and his worker. Some dudes bust in, had his gun. He robbing everybody in the taco restaurant, in the taqueria, whatever. And he was robbing the people in the taqueria. He was actually robbing the whole store. And not only that, which is the worst kind of robber, but he's like, he want to clean it out. So he going to rob not only the taqueria, but he's going to rob all the patrons. So he comes in there and he's like, yeah, everybody give me a wallet. The dude threw his wallet on the ground. I never forget this video.
Come behind him and blast him.
He threw that rod on the ground, had his concealed, and pulled it out, waited for the dude to go forward of him after he was picking up that wallet, using that as a feint.
He did.
And unload, and there was a big crowd, like, well, man, he shot him, and the news and all people said, this is what we got. We got these vigilantes. This is what happens when 2A is. We need to cut back. I'm like, well, wait, hold on. He's not only robbing the business owner who is you buying the tacos, so you must like the tacos. So you want this man to come in here, risk all y'all lives, and no one do nothing about it. He's robbing not only them, but he's robbing your wallets. He's robbing you, hitting your wife, putting your children in danger. I don't want to pay that type of dude. He would get rid of everybody in that place just to get a couple of dollars.
Everybody in the house.
Well, that's because those are the heroes of Ratchets, of the Les Ratchets. The Ratchets love those type of guys. Oh, he robbed a nigga and gave me the money. Oh, that's so romantic.
My ass.
Remember, you're dealing with Les Ratchets. And when you're dealing with
accomplice of any ratchet behavior, that as long as they get some money out of it, doesn't even matter.
Nope.
You're dealing with Les Ratchets, and Les Ratchets don't give a damn.
Well, Les Ratchets can bite my ass.
You gotta give them that.
Is that the French determination? Is that the French?
Oh yeah, that's the French for Les Ratchets.
Les Ratchets. I love it.
Pardon my French.
Pardon my French with the Ratchets.
French.
There you go. There you go.
Who's that?
Old man
Yes,
Tate right here.
he's here.
Man, all I gotta say is, man, why do that's why I came out with the octanes. Why do people expect low class people not to do low class shit?
Because they hopeful.
Hopeful of what?
Hopeful of you being wrong or reality being warped.
After how many centuries does this happen?
Well, when you look at the Les Ratchets, she's kicking her legs not because she's a rocket. She's a Les Ratchet, and Les Ratchets don't understand class.
Of course, they do understand class.
They don't have it.
When I say class, they understand when they're in the midst of a higher class person. They understand that.
They get nervous.
I've dated ratchets, and I've dated working class women, and dated women that are close to ratchets, and put them in a higher class setting. Guess what? They curl up like a church mouse, sit in the corner.
I don't fit in. Oh yeah.
That boss man, they ain't gonna get that boss man all that guff.
No,
they know how to act right when they want to act right now.
No, in other words, they recognize is when they're out of their element. Okay.
Oh, that's it.
Yeah.
They recognize when they're out of their element. I've dated a woman that's close to that, right? And you put her in a higher class setting, say like a professional setting, okay, where people are acting differently. You would think they'd be loud and boisterous. No, they curl up like a little church mouse and don't say a word.
Oh, speaking of which, you missed the fun, BGS. Hold on, wait, you missed the fun, BGS.
What's that?
We just went over Kamala's so-called interview.
With her puff piece. Well, I mean, they had to do something, right? And they gave her the best possible host to kind of softball the questions, right? But those are questions that they had to ask. Otherwise, because if they didn't ask them, the Republicans the next day would have said, well, you know what? It was a puff piece. You didn't ask her any questions at all, right? But the thing is, you didn't have a tough host, right? That would actually ask tough follow-up
softball.
So they gave. In other words, that's why the softball pitch underhand. All right, okay. Here's the question everybody wants to ask. So I'm tossing an underhand. Okay. You know what it was? Remember in what is it? The Michael Jordan movie, Space Jam.
Space Jam.
Mm-hmm. When he got to the plate as a baseball player.
Yep.
It said Michael.
The catcher was telling him to pitch.
Mr. Jordan, curveball, don't swing.
Don't swing. Yep.
I was gonna say it's let your sister get a hit and just pitch it real soft and underhanded.
No,
And let
no.
her get a hit.
Basically, it's a pitch. You give them a pitch that they rehearsed it. They know they can
Now,
hit.
you know what the rumor is right now? That's going around now, BGS.
What?
About the interview?
What?
Apparently, it was 41 minutes long, and they only showed it.
I guarantee it.
Oh, you know, man, the people on set gonna talk. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
you know who's gonna know?
They have a bunch of people that don't like her. Okay, so they're gonna talk. So it's gonna leak. Go ahead, Jules. I know you want to get in.
No. You know who's gonna know? Talk to Trouble Man, because I think he's in that community. He's gonna know something.
Oh, you got a whole bunch in that community. You got MS Delta. You got a whole bunch of people that are in that ilk, that milieu.
Yeah.
Okay.
I need to.
But
I need to say one thing.
Go ahead.
And BGS, you're
Okay,
gonna love me
go
with this
ahead.
question, and you know what's coming.
Okay.
I have a very simple question for Kamala Harris in that interview, and it goes like this:
How do you fuck that up? How do you fuck that up?
She didn't. Okay. The thing is, she didn't screw it up per se. Okay. Because they gave her the questions, they edited to the point where she couldn't fall flat on her face. So she did not fall flat on her face. But the thing is, she didn't inspire you to make you think that she's presidential material.
Yeah.
Okay. So in other words, they gave they gave her an emotional support dog, animal right next to her, which is Tim Walsh. Okay.
Yep. Tim Walsh.
Okay.
Tampon Timmy.
That's good.
Tampon Timmy, and we might call him Tampon Timmy. As we call him Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
You asshole.
Lieutenant Dan.
Lieutenant Dan.
I'm Lieutenant Dan.
Hey,
I'm
like
Lieutenant Dan.
man. Do not do Lieutenant Dan like that. He would
I'm
be
Lieutenant
against
Dan.
tampons for men.
Man, Lieutenant Dan would be cussing up a storm right now.
Not on camera though, but he's probably cussing up in the bathroom.
Right.
He like, God damn it, you just as dumb niggas taking tampons.
And for AB Media, my sound for that interview goes, huh?
Yeah. But the thing is that what I knew it had to be a more like a puff piece, and they had. The thing is, I listened to the questions they asked. So those are the questions that she had to answer. But the thing is, under a different circumstance, the person would ask a follow-up question and ask for a tougher, a tougher response, right?
Right.
And basically, you pitch the questions that you want out there, and you let her talk. Okay, let her respond. You really don't challenge her on her answers. Okay.
Right.
So,
I still have to say, would have been that way. It would have been like she would have had to answer. Like they would ask her a direct question, then she pivots to policy, then she pivots to values, then she's talking about
if she did that, but saying if she could do something, we got to remember it's all spliced together, so we don't have no idea what was in between. Okay.
Very true.
So it's all it was all formulated and spliced together and pitched in.
And it's like AB said earlier in the night. You can tell they edited the shit out of it.
They had to. So the thing is, eventually it's got to, the balloon
gotta air it.
has to leak out. Yeah.
They gotta air it. It reminds me when Homer Simpson was talking. This is an old Simpsons episode, so I'm dating myself. Where he pulled the candy. It was this expensive candy he stole from this museum. He was looking for it, and the babysitter came out. He was so hungry for the candy, he pulled it off the babysitter's ass. And when he tried to tell his story, I did not try to grab her. She sat on the candy, and it was attached to her butt, and I just pulled it off. There was nothing going on. So the news station actually kept remixing it, and they were like, "Mr. Homer, what were you thinking about?" Her sweet can. And they just said sweet can, just remixing the whole shit. And then they were like, then they paused it while he, how Homer drools. And they're like, Mr. Simpson, why you got that look in your eye? No. And then they put in the caption, events may or may not happen. That's not looking at it.
Wait a minute though, BJ's. I had to be a little petty. During the interview. for
What's the
for a word salad.
word salad?
It had to be
with the blue
uh,
cheese and the ranch.
She doesn't even mix a good word salad, man. She's all over the place. So it's
you
all
know, she said when she was asked, well, Donald Trump said you're black only a few years ago, and she was like, next question.
but why, the thing is, why would they even put that in there? Why is it relevant? Because nobody wants to hear about what color she is.
And it was so funny because they put that in there just to see what she was, just to make a statement. And then the whole thing is she couldn't answer it directly because, oh my gosh.
The politics of it's like you can see her face as they're doing it. It's like her face, and for the work of where, if you go back in days and you remember when she was a senator, I mean, not a senator, but when was she first in? I think after the post Willie Brown, and you can see her picture. And then you go and look at the picture that they took off the thumbnail. I was looking at the CNN. CNN, you're right, BGS. Why would they ask that? That's why they be getting mad, because I'll tell you, I seen Biden, he told Stephanopoulos, there is their lapdog. He said, why you asking me that question? You sound like Fox News. Don't ask me that no more. Next question. And like you said, when she did, she borrowed the same kind of talking point, because they asked her that. She just straight up just went all the way left with that. No answer. Yeah, gone next.
She said, niggas.
The thing is, this was a setup interview. So why would they put that question in there?
Because some of the DMs, like you said, some of them DMs, they putting her out there because they don't think they ain't bucking for power too now.
They're not bucking for power, because there's one thing that Gavin Newsom said when he was in that behind the scenes piece, right? Okay, all their eggs are in one basket. They all agree. They all had to come together behind this candidate. Okay, so nobody's bucking for power. They might be bucking for power in 2028, but not this year, because
later. That's what I'm saying.
They've all come. So there is nobody trying to backstab her, right? They're trying to get her across the line right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
So do you think it's the media that's
real
forcing
quick,
the questions then?
hold on, real quick. Now, I got this little add-on on my browser that allows me to see the dislikes of the video. The first part of the interview has 1,800K likes, 42,000 dislikes.
Okay.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Special needs panda.
The thing is, they got to take the bubble wrap off of her, basically, and either at some point they have to let her rise or fall on her own accord instead of putting the bubble wrap on her.
Now, BGS, I understand that they have to they're trying to maintain their powers, but they wait 40 days to take the bubble wrap off. I'm just saying.
Evidently, okay. The thing is, okay, stop being an outsider for a second, right? Okay, put yourself in their shoes, and you got to get this chick ready because she got to perform. Okay, why would you keep the bubble wrap on her? Why would you do it?
She's not ready.
I'm asking AB. Why would you do it?
The only you said it for me. The only reason I would keep the bubble wrap on this long, if I'm trying to maintain power, is because she's not ready.
Okay, so now if she's not ready and you've pushed her as hard as you can push her to get her ready, she's not ready, what would you do?
Buy her a drink.
Would that they'll make it worse?
Apparently, that's what they've been doing.
Starts learning words.
Hold on. I'm asking AB. Okay, there's a reason I'm asking him, right? Okay, now you're coaching her. Okay, they pay you all this money to get this chick across the line and get her elected, right? And you keep pressing her, and you keep testing her. You keep asking the same goddamn questions. She keeps flunking out. Okay, what would you do, AB? Come on. It's easy to criticize. It's harder to think about what you would do differently. What would you do differently?
That's a good one.
Yeah, I would say I would give up. I can't give up on the project because they would probably kill me. So
you have to keep the bubble wrap on, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, but the thing is, she needs to have a sit down interview. How would you do it?
With kid gloves.
Hold
on, y'all. You guys can, if you guys want in, wait till AB finishes, and then you guys can get whatever response you want. I want him to do it.
Yeah, I would set up an interview with Kid Gloves, and that's what they pretty much did.
And so you would do it exactly the same thing that they just did, right?
Yeah.
So that gives you the answer why they did it, right? Because the same thing that Charles would do if he had a wrestler, right? Okay, he has a wrestler that has a big match, okay. So you're gonna try to figure out a strategy that's gonna show off your wrestler to its
Keep
best
it
advantage.
simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid, and
Mhm.
basically don't do too much, right? Charles,
Mhm.
don't do too much.
Don't
Okay.
do too much.
And,
This
You
guy
just
likes to
get
get the single leg
you
takedown on the right
you,
leg.
and
you
you
give him a single leg and you hold on to that bitch.
yeah.
If you
Yeah.
stall, if you need to be.
Install and move around as fast as you can until
Yep.
let him get a hold of you, right?
Don't be Don't be
No,
stationary.
don't be stationary, right? You're gonna run
If
around
you
like
got points, if you're
yeah,
up 3 points,
yeah.
you circle.
You
You don't
circle.
You're running
engage.
out the clock.
Exactly. You run out the clock, right? Okay.
You don't engage. Run out the clock. Don't
Okay.
engage.
Okay. Whether it's
Hey,
business,
5 P's, right?
whether it's
5 P's.
business, whether it's military war, whether it's politics, whether it's sports, it's all the same shit. Whether it's the same thing in education, right? It's the exact same thing. Okay.
Know your audience.
If you know that your client or the person that you are coaching is not capable, you have to simplify things to the point where it's almost to keep them from falling on their face. That's what they did. She didn't fall on her face. That's what they don't want. Okay, so that's why they keep the bubble wrap on because she's not ready. I've
What do
been
they
saying
say?
this from the very
Prior
beginning.
preparation prevents poor performance, right?
Okay. Say I don't know what's your favorite sport?
I would
Me?
say football.
Okay, what if you have a quarterback that can't pass?
Oh, jeez.
If he can't pass, I'm gonna. If I'm the coach,
Yes, you're the
I'm the
coach. Yeah,
coach.
you're the offensive coordinator. Okay, what do you do?
He can't pass, so that's my problem because I didn't got him in there
No, 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 no,
thinking
no, 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 no. This is your quarterback, and he can't pass. What do you do?
Run the
So
ball.
what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna go to the option and maybe a pistol set. Get him some small running back. Get him some small running back. Do West Coast offense. I'm gonna do a West Coast offense because that way I can get him some short passes, get his confidence up, and then maybe get the quick snap.
If he ain't got no arm to get it to throw it past 15 yards accurately, what do you do?
I'm gonna run the ball and I'm gonna start doing some sets like some wing back. You know what I'm saying?
So you're gonna simplify things, but the thing is, you're not gonna fade back and throw a bomb, are you?
Hell no.
Why? Why?
Because the accuracy is bad and
Why?
the power
Because
is
he
bad.
can't throw the motherfucking bomb. Why would you have him throw a bomb?
Can't do it. I can't
He
trust
can't.
him on the
He
go.
can't. No, you can't throw because he can't do it. He's incapable of doing it. Right?
Mhm.
Okay. So you give him what he's capable of doing. That's what they're doing right here with her.
Oh
So they're
dear.
giving her the softballs. That's what you saying.
That's all. Until she can prove that they can take the bubble wrap off. They're gonna keep the bubble. They're trying to back out of the debate already.
When's the debate anyway?
Yeah,
I gotta-
debate's supposed to be September 10th.
Yeah.
Now, from what I've heard, apparently Kamala Harris wanted to change the rules so that
Of
she wanted
course.
the mics on during the debate, and believe it or not, Trump was complaining about it, although he probably wants to yell at her a little bit.
Mhm.
But ABC rejected her offer, and the mics are going to be muted.
She's looking for a reason to back out of the debate.
Yeah.
She knows she's not ready.
She's not ready. In my
She knows
opinion,
she's not ready.
she may be, okay, she may be ready. I don't know, okay? Because I keep hearing the people on the other side, the blue no matter who, say, okay, she's holding her fire. She's actually ready. She's actually capable, right? Okay. When is she going to display it? Okay. Well, she wait till the convention.
ABC
Hold
is a
on.
Democratic thing, right?
It doesn't matter, okay? What if the goddamn client's not ready?
They're not.
I mean, no. Okay, you want in on this? Okay, I'm gonna take. Okay, your client cannot is not responsive, right? You have to go through practice debates left and right for hours, right? She can't do it. What do you do, Van Jones? What do you do?
In that particular situation, if I was down on that level, that's like it's 2-minute warning. Like you said, we ain't got that many days. What I would do is I would try to go ahead and put a play action on them.
What does
And
that
that seems
mean?
like
Now,
what she's doing
what
because
does that mean? What does that mean? Play action in
well,
politics. What does that mean?
in the football
Now,
analogy,
I
it would be
want the analogy in politics. I don't want it in
the,
football.
okay, all right. Well, the analogy would be like we're going to be against these policies X, Y, Z. I could name them, but
But
I'm just.
would you put her in a debate though?
But see, the policies. What
Would
problem is?
I stop dodging? I don't. I've been doing this
No,
too
I'm
long,
not
man.
trying to dodge.
You
I
are
wouldn't. Me personally, her, I would not.
you
No,
would
I
not.
would
You
not.
would not. Well, that's what
No,
because she's not what ready to do it, right?
she's not prepared for this.
So what would you try to do if she's not prepared to go into a debate? What would you try to do?
Well, you know what? For whoever's running the deal, they, you know, she has to go back against some of the stuff that she said.
I'm not saying. We talk about the debate. We're not talking about policy. We're talking about the debate.
I would come with the same. I ain't gonna lie. I would come with.
So you would put her in. You would actually put her into the debate.
I would make her say.
It's a yes or no question. Would you actually have her debate?
She's got to have a debate one way or another, right?
No, she doesn't. No, she doesn't. She can. If you could, would you try to back out of the debate? If you could.
It just looks bad if you don't want to
I
debate.
don't care. The thing is, if you could had an excuse to back out of the debate because she's not capable, would you back out of the debate?
If the poll numbers will only reflect
I
a
didn't ask that.
-1 or 2, I would say exactly. I would back out. I would back out of.
What do you? Why do you think? Why do you think all of a sudden that she called for 3 debates by these different persons? They finally settled on the debate. It's been that way for like 2 weeks, 2 or 3 weeks. Why is she trying to back out of it now? Why is the problem now? Okay,
they changed the rules though. I thought they were saying
they asked. The reason the mics are turned off because they wanted the same kind of setup that Biden got, right? And that's what they gave him. Okay, so why all of a sudden it's a problem now?
I think it's some people that's on the Democratic side and in the journalism side of it that are trying to
play the sound for me. Play the sound for me, Snowman. Play the sound.
Which sound you looking?
The Master
Chief. You know what sound
you
looking?
You mean this one?
Now that is some bullshit.
That's some bullshit. You know why it's some bullshit? It's because anybody that's been in this game long enough, Charles did the exact same thing. This heifer is not ready to debate. I'm gonna try to get her out of it if I can. I'll do it if I have to, but if I can't, if she's not ready to,
you get her out of there.
I try to get out of it.
It's the old saying: it's better to be thought of a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Oh, all doubt, right? Yeah.
In a live deal though, like from what I saw from the 40 minutes.
Yeah, just a minute. Shout out to Mississippi Delta guy. Hashtag BGS was right. Bubble wrap strategy. Delay until November. Yeah, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
pretty much.
That's why you hack the polls. Okay, I'm telling you that those polls are bullshit. Okay, them polls have been juiced. Okay.
Oh yeah.
Because they're trying to get this. They're trying to give her an excuse not to go out in campaign. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Think of the movie The Distinguished Gentleman.
October surprise too. Now,
they do not want the same thing to happen to her that happened to Biden.
She's gonna get exposed very badly.
And guess what? You're debating a joker. You have no idea what's gonna come out of his mouth.
It's gonna be bad. And I mean, here's the fucked up part, right? If that's the best she can do in a controlled environment,
yeah,
and debates are limited control, what can she really say that can hurt Trump? Not really much, right?
Enough and ing.
But how much Trump can say that could hurt her?
Plenty.
Because all he has to do is get her into an emotional state. Which one of these motherfuckers? He made a sitting president look foolish. When he even just said he doesn't even know what he's talking about right now. That line right there, the Democrats was like, "Oh my God."
I have the funny feeling that this woman does not manage stress very well.
No, she doesn't. I will tell you. I'm gonna tell you what I personally think.
Mm-hmm.
I think she has a bit of drinking.
Why
It's
does she?
very.
Why do you think she
It's,
drinks?
Stressed out.
I think
She
it's the stress.
okay.
I think it's the stress, and I think that she's. What,
Have
what do
you?
we say all the time? Pretty girl problems.
No, well, it's pretty good problem. But have you ever seen athletes, right? That in the practice gym all day long, they can hit shots, they can do all these plays,
But they got anxiety.
but they got anxiety. She has anxiety. I have this
She
funny
has
feeling.
she has heavy anxiety,
Heavy
and
anxiety.
you can see it.
You can see it.
And what happens is that I know she's a drinker because one, she probably was a party girl in college.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but why? But thing is, especially we come. This is happens a lot with performers, right? Okay, why do you think they do drugs and why do they drink? Because they have
Yeah,
anxiety,
to get rid of that anxiety.
and
You
so
know,
they
it's
can actually go out and perform, right?
they got to perform. They got to get the liquid courage,
And the thing is, you can do that if you're a performer playing a gig. But can you do that as a politician? You
especially
have to be
as
sharp.
especially being the politician.
Yes. But
And being thrown in a high pressure
in high
situation
pressure
like now.
situation, I have a funny feeling that she doesn't handle pressure very well, which is why they're trying to avoid it.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell she doesn't like being in front of crowds much.
And you got to remember, Trump was intimidating Hillary a little bit during that last debate. If you notice, he was walking. I don't know who set that debate stage up, but he was walking around her and he was making her a little nervous. What do you think he's gonna do when he get to Kamala?
Oh Lord.
So what was the reason they want ABC to open the mics?
I don't know.
I mean, the reason they closed the mics and shut them off is to keep Trump from interrupting. Okay, keep him from doing run-ons. Okay?
Interrupting and Freudian slips.
Yeah. So what? Go
I
ahead.
think they may have wanted the mics to be on because so she can have that "I'm speaking" moment.
Okay, but the thing is,
If that's gonna work on Trump, but you know.
what I'm saying is when she's speaking, then Trump can interrupt and interject. Okay, that's why they shut the mics off.
Right.
Okay, so
And
why did you want them on?
she can interrupt Trump as well, so that makes it kind of fair. You know, you see that
It makes her look brave.
Who's better at it?
Obviously, Trump
Trump
by a
is
country
better.
mile.
He's the dog on the spot. On the spot, he'll give you a winger, and you'll be like, "Damn, how he come up with?"
Why
And
do
be
you
right on target.
why do you think they want the mics cut off in the first place? It's not to cut her off, okay? It's to control him. Why would you let him loose?
Thundercats on the move.
They're looking for a reason to back out of this debate. That's what they're looking for.
I don't know if people back stateside understand how bad of a look this is. I have a lot of international friends, and they went off. They said, "You don't lecture anybody about democracy if this is what y'all are doing." Like they
I
were
believe you.
pissed off.
Yeah.
They're
They,
pissed
they,
off.
they,
Like a
they,
Russian friend of mine, she's
mm-hmm,
like, "You're gonna wag your finger at us, and you're
mm-hmm.
doing this."
Yeah, that shows you how important this election is. They're willing to actually show their ugly face about trying to control this whole election, down to Twitter, down to Telegram, down to Rumble. They're trying to lock this whole thing down. There's a reason for it because there's too much at stake on this election. I've been telling you guys that for a year, for
Way
2
too
years.
much.
Yeah, I've
Way
been
too
telling you guys
much.
that for 2 years. Go ahead.
Every time BGS has said that there's way too much on this election, because he was saying this while I was down in North Carolina. There's way too much at stake for this. Way too much.
So that's why they're doing too much, right? That's how come. Hell, I knew that a year ago when they started coming at me doing podcasts. A little bitty Negro in California doing podcasts and coming after me. So I knew there's way too much at stake for this. Biden said that when he had this last interview with CBS, right? He said this is a nexus, right? There's a lot at stake riding on this election. He said it.
Speaking
Okay?
of that point though, BGS, I think that's one of the reasons why Mark Zuckerberg came out with that letter. I think he sees the writings on the wall. and he don't.
He
And,
does because he admitted it, right? He was like, "Yeah, they have been paying us and threatening us to put out and
to
squelch."
censor. Swells, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. Was the thing is, I think what happened was when they went after that guy on Telegram. I think all of a sudden, well, they went after Musk, and then they went after this guy on Telegram. I think everything kind of broke loose. People kind of getting tired because it's getting to be too much.
oh, I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that would be a reason for Zuckerberg to come out. Yeah.
Yeah, they basically it's getting to be too much, and they can't. And basically, everybody's people that are users are coming at Facebook because they're censoring because it's getting too heavy. But the thing is, that shows you how much is riding on this election. Okay, I can't impress you
Remember,
around the
they came
world.
out with the Politburo. Remember, they came out with the Politburo. They actually had a new 3-letter agency that was doing like Politburo stuff. Like if your views were this, that was just a unit, a whole government unit to go after that.
They're sending people to jail in the UK for tweets. Okay, that's how bad it's getting.
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah,
that's
they
how
even
bad it's
said that
getting.
they would try to extradite Americans for even covering their problem over there now with the riots.
That's how bad it's getting because there's too much at stake at this particular point. Okay, it's just way too much. I can't emphasize how much at stake there is on this one little election. Okay, people think it's just nothing.
It's a big deal.
It's a big
And
deal. It's
I
huge
gotta
deal.
ask this. I gotta ask this question for you.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think because of this, it's one thing when it's behind scenes, but when this shit is about as obvious as the sunrise, do you think that'll make people really turn and be like, "Fuck this shit"?
At some point at some point you have no choice. Okay, this you have to dance with the girl that brung you, right? Okay.
Yep.
And,
You have to keep
and
with
that's
what
where you
brought
are
you to
right
them.
now. That's where you are right now. That's what Gavin Newsom was basically saying. So he's shaking his head. Okay,
No,
he doesn't.
I meant like the populace. Do you
The
think that
populace.
would actually make them turn and be like, you know what, this is obvious bullshit?
If it does, it does. If it doesn't, it doesn't. The thing is, at this point, you have no choice. You can't worry about that, right?
You can't. You in the thick of it.
Basically, it's like if you pin down and you got to get the fuck out of that position, right? You don't give a damn what's on the other side. You got to get out of that position, right?
Nothing else matters.
And nothing else matters. If you stay here, you're gonna die. Okay, what choice do you have? Okay, you got to move. Okay,
Can't worry about it when bullets fly. You got
can't
to
worry
do
about it
something.
when it's bullet and be right in the thick of it, right? The mortars are coming down on your head. You got to move. Okay.
I'm just laughing at this shit because I'm like, a lot of motherfuckers will tell me one thing, and I'll be like, y'all don't even see what the. You know what? I'm not gonna debate you. Don't ask me about none of the Nick Cannon and Cam Newton. I said first and foremost, these are rich men. They play by different rules.
They do.
The end.
And the
Yes,
women,
they do.
and what the Passport OG put up in his post, right, was 100% spot on. That chick said, "I'd rather be a fourth baby mama to a rich man than a wife to a regular guy."
And
Okay.
a wife to a regular guy.
Yeah.
I caught that. And a Passport OG, salute to you for that.
And that's basically, and that's all over. That's in every society all over the world. I don't care where you go. It's the same shit. Okay.
And I've asked this one question, BGS, to women who try to challenge me on Facebook. I said, tell me one man of means that has only one woman.
I'd ask them that, okay? If you had to marry a guy that makes $30,000 a year, right? He's good husband, rather than be a baby mama to Cam Newton that is worth $75 million. Which one would you pick? And be honest. Don't give me no bullshit. Huh?
Hey, BGS, I was gonna say something that you could add like a caveat to that is, what if the man was because I feel a lot of people think that height and all this other stuff even matters. What if the man was like 6'4" and had the same similar
Okay.
build?
Leave all that out. Okay.
You put all that out because
Leave
there's
all
too
that
many
out.
variables.
If Steve Jobs, not Steve Jobs, what's his name? The guy over
Bill Gates.
Amazon.
Jeff
You talking about
Bezos.
Jeff
If Jeff,
Bezos?
if
Jeff
Jeff
Bezos.
Bezos with his 5'7" ass, old ugly ass, Jeff Bezos came walking in and said, "Baby, I want you to be my baby mama." What are you gonna do?
And you know them bitches get pregnant by niggas who in jail bullies. They get babies to niggas who are like fucking a thousand negative fucking. So that would be the obvious.
Because if women had had that kind of moral accountability and that kind of moral fortitude where they would turn that shit down, it would not be even a discussion, right? No man would even bat an eye because 90% of the women would not take that deal. Okay.
Right,
Well,
We know. We know.
They wouldn't want to be no side broads. It wouldn't be no side broad economy in that point of what you're saying.
What I'm saying is, if there were enough Cam Newtons and Nick Cannons with all this money, basically they flush out basically most of the females. Okay, because it's just math. Okay, it's math. Okay,
The math is math.
Am I going to live on $30,000 a year or $30,000 a month? Which one? What am I going to pick?
Shit, you gonna pick the. What Robin Herd say? I'm gonna do the right thing.
It's
Well,
just
only thing that can
numbers.
stop it is you got to have a society where, let's say you have 2-3 baby daddy or 2 baby mamas, and people stop supporting your business because they're ashamed of you. Because in some societies that's possible, right? Where they say, "Oh, you're associated with this brand. Okay, well I don't feel comfortable using this brand." And shame is the only thing that can limit that. And if there's no shame do
you limit the choice? But the thing is, we don't live in that society.
No.
Yeah. Now, full disclosure, before I play this, this is a young dude. He swings the other way, but his commentary is pretty good.
Probably a lot of Kevin
Kamala Harris here has decided that the conditions of the upcoming debate are no longer to her liking. I'm going to start calling her Goldilocks. She wants the perfect temperature. She wants the right network. She wants the perfect setting. She wants to have her feet rubbed. Sweetheart, you are running for the highest office in the land. You should be prepared to debate anywhere, anytime, under any conditions. Miss Kamalamity and her advisors put out a statement this morning saying Donald Trump is surrendering to his advisors who won't allow him to debate with a live microphone. If his own team doesn't have confidence in him, the American people definitely can't. First and foremost, Donald Trump got shot less than 2 months ago and got up and walked off the stage. So if we're going to talk about surrendering, it took you 40 days to get the courage to do a sit-down interview on CNN. I surrender. Let's talk about surrender. I guess Miss Goldilocks Harris has amnesia. You guys wanted the exact same rules as the Joe Biden debate on June 27th.
Yes, they did.
You got rid of Joe Biden. You led a coup against him. Now you're the nominee. Okay, fine. Now those same rules aren't good enough for you. The fact that Miss Kamalamity is shaking and quaking over a 90-minute debate on a friendly network, sweetheart, how are you going to negotiate with Vladimir Putin, President Xi, Kim Jong-un? What's going to happen in the Situation Room? You can't negotiate a debate. How are you going to negotiate with world leaders? Now, as some folks have pointed out online, Kamala's team probably printed about 1 million shirts that say, "I'm speaking." She really wants another "I'm speaking." Excuse me, I'm speaking moment, but now that the microphones are going to be off, that's going to go to waste. It's also been reported today that Kamala wants to bring up Donald Trump's age in the debate. Let me tell you why this is absolutely ridiculous. Until July 21st, the Democratic nominee was Joe Biden, who's in his 80s, and now Kamala wants to paint herself as this young little minx, someone who's new on the scene. Kamala, you were with Willie Brown back in the 90s before I was even born. Kamala, you yourself are a few years away from Social Security.
Play that one again. Play that part again, please.
Oh my
Play that
God.
part again.
That's why I love this kid. He goes in.
Speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking moment, but now that the microphones are going to be off, that's going to go to waste. It's also been reported today that Kamala wants to bring up Donald Trump's age in the debate. Let me tell you why this is absolutely ridiculous. Until July 21st, the Democratic nominee was Joe Biden, who's in his 80s, and now Kamala wants to paint herself as this young little minx, someone who's new on the scene. Kamala, you were with Willie Brown back in the 90s before I was even born. Kamala, you yourself are a few years away from Social Security. If you bring up Donald Trump's age in the debate, everybody is going to laugh at you. And shout out to everyone on Social Security. I know I'm big in the nursing homes. How are you doing? Now, as for the United States of America, I don't know who's running the country right now. Kamala, she's crying, shaking, and quaking over the debate. Joe Biden, he's still on the beach, chilling. I really think Joe Biden knows Kamala is a clown, and that's why he's avoiding her at all costs. I really think he endorsed her as a way to screw over the DNC. We're really starting to see why Kamala's have so much staff turnover, why they hid her away from reporters for 40 days. This is getting absolutely ridiculous and silly. Either show up in debate or don't. I'm getting bored with the whole situation. One thing Kamala doesn't realize, because she's gotten lucky breaks throughout her entire career, is that she's auditioning for the highest office in the land. She's applying for a job. She's applying to work for us. The fact that so many Gold Star families are upset with Kamala Harris right now and she's whining about a debate shows she doesn't know her priorities or how to handle a PR crisis. I don't care if they say you have to swing from the chandelier like Cirque du Soleil during the debate, or if you have to answer the questions blindfolded on a pogo stick. I don't care if they say you have to run across hot, fiery coals like Oprah on Super Soul Sunday. You do it because you're applying for a job. You're applying to work for the American people. All right, my friends, I know many of you have already signed up, but I'm having another
Grand Slam.
It takes a sissy to check a black woman, huh?
I'm like, man, I know
Get
this
out
on
the
the
right
spectrum.
bread and
I'm like,
And isn't
Lord.
it? Wouldn't he be more typically liberal leaning, anyways?
He sounds like
Which
he's
is
a log
surprising
cabin.
that he would be going.
Believe it or
Yeah,
not,
that's what I saw.
Sounds like
hold on,
a log
wait,
cabin
wait,
Republican.
believe it or not, he was supporting RFK for a minute.
Yeah, I can see that.
He's a Bernie bro. Okay.
Yeah, he was actually
Disrespected
part of
liberal.
he was part of RFK's campaign
Okay.
for a minute. But I called out to him a few months ago when he debated one of the Democrat plants, and the dude was the dude was accurate. So I was like, so I started following him.
Okay. He does his homework.
Yeah, and I do agree with him. At this point, bringing up Trump's age is irrelevant because Trump has been how many interviews did Trump do last week? I lost count. At least 4 or 5.
Yeah, he does them live.
Him and JD Vance have been doing interviews left and right. I lose count.
And then flying out and doing a rally that same day.
In fact, I watched a JD Vance rally, right? And a CNN reporter asked him a question on the fly. Okay. And so they're asking questions on the fly in hostile territory. So, take a wrap off. Got to do it at some point.
How close do you think this election actually is? Not trusting the polls. It shouldn't be close.
I don't think it's very close. I really don't. Otherwise, because they're too scared. Okay.
This is a
a lot of these polls are push polls.
Mm-hmm.
They're trying to convince people of whatever they're trying to get, which is that it's neck and neck, which is what they want to get eventually when it comes to the next 2 months. But there's no indicators unless they actually go out, look at the sample size, look at the methodology, and you can see okay, this is a sample, but is this really representative, or is this just people who have landlines in 5 states?
The thing is, okay. Let's put the 10-4 hat on for a second, right? You need this candidate to get pushed across the line, right? You got control of the press, right? I don't care what the polls come back as, sample size come back as. Guess what's going to happen when I actually print it?
Yeah. I could agree with that.
Hey, BGS.
If I'm doing it, I don't care what the polls say.
Yeah. Trump's not going to stop, man. He's a media machine. He loves
I
the camera.
if I walk through for 2 years through 4 trials and 30 some odd indictments and a gunshot, and I'm still here, I'm not going anywhere. In other words, what is it? Ed will say, you're gonna have to kill me.
But they done tried to. Go ahead. My bad.
Number one, Trump's theme song should be "Many Men" from now on.
Yeah, it was funny. That's funny when they did that.
And number two,
get the money back, motherfuckers. I ain't dead.
Number two, I don't know anybody who's been in a championship event. At some point, you got to have an air of arrogance about you.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
You go through a championship, and I'll even bring up when I had to defend my titles. And the guys used to call me Mr. 171. And some of my wrestlers asked why the coaches who were wrestlers when I was wrestling, why do they call you Mr. 171?
your weight,
I
right?
said, why don't you go ask him?
Yeah.
He was like, why you call him that? Yeah, because we knew who was going to win. We just wanted to see who was lucky enough to get second.
Oh, okay.
You should have that type of confidence about you. When I look at her interviews, quote unquote,
There is none.
I look at somebody.
Look at her eyes. Yeah.
I look at her eyes and I see a timid child. I don't want to do this. It's like she's trying to gather up the courage to face the bully at 3
Oh
p.m.
gosh. I just,
Well, but the problem
wait a minute. BJ, a thought just came to my head.
Mm-hmm.
You know who Kamala Harris represents?
Oh.
No, I don't. Ooh.
The participation trophy child.
Yeah, pretty much.
The problem with Kamala Harris
ahead.
is that she's been a heartbeat from the president for 3.5 years. But what would have happened if something went wrong too?
She's been in bubble wrap all the time.
Good Lord.
Think about this. How could you be in a heartbeat away from being the leader of the free world and learn absolutely nothing?
Yeah, ain't that
That's
many
what I'm
heartbeats
saying.
left because Joe Biden, like they say about age, he's already. We don't know if he can even. They won't. They say he's on the beach for Labor Day. They won't even show his face. They showing his back end with
That
the
motherfucker looked like Weekend at Bernie's.
man straight up. Like I mean, they injected him with whatever the IVs. Man, just keep him rolling and put that man to pass. They abusing him, man. And for her to
They
sit
giving
up
that
there and
nigga.
They're not abusing him.
They giving that nigga TRT shots.
He's willing. He's a willing participant. I mean,
No,
he's been
no,
there for 50 years.
go ahead, BGS.
No,
What you gonna say?
they tried to get him to step down. That was the agreement. If you let me stay in office till the end, I'll go ahead and step down from the race. Okay. He wanted to stay in.
Mm-hmm.
He fought to stay in.
So Bernie wasn't dead at that time.
No. Wait, the thing is his agenda will die if he's not there. Okay. That's why he's so wedded to this plan or what the plan of action that they're on. He's willing to die in office to see it through. That's how much he believes in it.
It's his last play.
Sometimes it is, okay? Sometimes it is. I don't know exactly what it is because I don't know what things you can tell by Jack. He wants to see this thing through no matter what it is. You know, if Kamala gets in, she gets in. But the thing is, he wants to make sure that whatever he needs to do, as long as he can get it done, he's going to stay in and get it done all the way to January 17th.
You think you think his plan is actually going to be successful in the long term, BGS?
So far, it hasn't been. But things I don't know because a lot of stuff they thought was going to be successful hasn't been. So
because it's not very, it's giving not very convincing at all. I mean, I'm not saying I'm supporting Trump. I'm definitely not saying all that. But
put yourself in his shoes. What would you do?
Nigga, die on that hill. Shit,
die on
at
that
this
hill.
age.
Yeah,
at this age, like, that's all you got.
I know what I do, even as a pundit, right? Okay, I say, what would I do if I was in his shoes, facing the same circumstances with the same plan? What would I do? And 9 times out of 10, it'll lead you in the right direction.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
What's going on, Josie?
Justin, what's going on? Hey, Justin, did you bring Tommy? Did you bring Tommy? Did you bring Tommy with you?
What's going on?
He laughing.
What's going on, fellas?
He don't even respond.
Hey, what's going on, brother? How you doing?
My cousins kill me when they do that shit, though.
Only in Louisiana where.
Oh yeah, because they said because they say Tommy. I said, who's Tommy? And they spell it out. Oh man, you mean Tommy? They started laughing. Where you from?
Where they speak English. Yeah, we don't make up shit as we go.
I was just serious
because my cousin's name is Jesse, so it's
it
Jesse,
just popped in my head.
I pronounce it Jesse.
Reminds me of a participation trophy child. I mean,
what I'm saying is, okay, it reminds me of, okay, if you ever coach a kid, right? Okay, and the kid has anxiety, and you can send him through all the practices that you want. You can get his play down
he just doesn't have the
perfection.
X factor.
Well, once he gets in front of the crowd, he's gonna melt down. Okay, and I think that's the problem with her. Okay, I think that when we turn on the cameras and there's too much attention on her, I think she gets anxiety. Okay, that's what I think the problem is. So that's how come they probably slip her a drink. Okay, Shaka Khan said she used to have to do that before she got on. All right, got on to
Shot
perform.
of liquor.
Shot of liquor. She said I couldn't
That's
perform
a
without.
funny.
Why? Because she had anxiety. She said, but
And basically,
once she got into the groove, she was fine. But thing is that those first like 10 minutes, okay, she was a nervous wreck.
Yeah.
so it's basically like a situation of almost like in a sense a situation of basically like the lights are almost too bright, basically.
Every people do not know how stressful and anxiety ridden being president of the United States actually is, right? Everybody's not built for this goddamn job, right? That's why that's only a few people actually even vie for president of the United States. Everybody's not built for this.
Do you want a
You know
microscope
what's
on you
crazy
and your
about that?
family? Do you want a
Like,
microscope on you and your family's life?
Yeah, I mean, the whole world is looking at you, and every word that comes out of your mouth is reflected. Every action that you take is micromanaged. So look underneath the
Not
microscope.
to mention the skullduggery. If you're actually trying to roll with your constituency, it will be less against.
That's if you can keep it secret. But the thing is, the fate of the whole world is on your shoulders, literally on your shoulders. Okay,
so
go ahead.
number one, I
Go ahead, Jay.
remember years ago, and they would have the before and after pictures of Obama when he first got in office,
Right.
versus like at the end of his second term,
Yep.
and he gained like a bunch of gray hairs and shit.
Yeah, he was white. His hair was
and,
white.
and number two, I remember when I was reading about Lyndon B. Johnson, pretty much like like I think he pretty much said like when he was a kid, he said he said he would be president one day, and like basically after his term was up, he's like, hell this, I'm going my ass back to the ranch. And I think he died probably like 10 years after his term or something like that.
Yeah.
So it's like, once you get into that position, I mean, just think about it. You have positions that's like, a far distance from that position of being a president in terms of like authority, power, and stuff like that. And even stuff, just being at a certain position in a corporation, is really stressful and like high energy, a lot of stuff going on. So once you get to like a president or a prime minister and stuff like that, I mean, it's even it's at another level because it's so many lives at stake.
Ask Michelle Obama, does she want to be president?
Well, we know the answer to that.
She says she is. She says hell no.
I mean, she saw from the position of the first lady. She's like, okay, I'm good.
Yeah, she saw what he went
you
through.
you think Michelle could beat Trump though?
Yes, I do.
Yes.
Yeah,
I
mean,
currently
it's
she's
definitely
the
an
only
argument.
person that could beat Trump.
Bernie
But
Sanders
she didn't
could
want to
beat
run,
Trump.
so
Yeah. She
Bernie
don't want to
Sanders
run
could
it.
beat him.
Yeah,
She
I
could
don't
beat
think
him.
Bernie could beat her.
but Bernie can't beat his own party.
Yeah, exactly. But yeah, it's so many lives at stake when you're in those positions. So I mean, it's kind of hard to. I mean, like just somebody being like a surgeon or something, and they dealing with thousands of patients every day that they could possibly lose to somebody in the trauma unit or something like that.
Yeah.
And it's like multiplied times like 1,000 when you're like in that position.
One signature can cost couple hundred thousand lives. Just one signature.
Yep.
On the wrong on the document. Or one nod and giving an okay can cause the lives of a couple 100,000 people on both sides.
To
Okay?
$1 million.
Yeah, to $1 million. Sometimes more.
I mean, I don't even know how to. I don't know. It was like a metaphor or something for being in that position, but I mean, it's just crazy when you really sit down and think about it. Like, look what happened during COVID.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown.
It is as close to being a god on the planet as you can get and be human.
Well, look at what's happened in the Ukraine. They have lost at least 2 generations of able-bodied men over a couple of signatures, over a signature. Literally.
Yeah.
Think about it, right? Ukraine, if you really think Ukraine at any point was winning that ship, you're You're batshit crazy. Ukraine was the sacrificial one.
Remember when
Huh?
Crimea happened right under Obama, when Obama was in, when they came after Crimea, right? And Crimea is coming down where that port is. So they want that Black Sea. See what I'm saying? We want that Black Sea. If I'm the Russians, I'm like, I need to be able to deploy my subs north and south.
They knew that the Russians will not give up Crimea without a freaking fight, and everybody knows it.
That's right. That's right.
Obama went after the Crimea when Putin stepped in the middle of the Syrian war. That's when they started wanting to go after Crimea.
Yeah, with the dude, what's his name? Assad or whatever his dude.
Assad.
Yeah.
When the Soviets, when the Russians stepped in the middle and drew that line and on the side of Syria, that's when they wanted to go after Crimea. So it all rolls from. It's a long roll from 1995. It's been like 30 years in the making. So one thing after the next. So this is the end of the 30 years war, right? Basically, this is the crux. Okay, whatever happens after this, one way or the other.
So is it an endless war?
No, this war is going to be over one way or the other.
I mean, think about it. If it wasn't for NATO, I mean, this war would have been over, like probably within a month or two.
I would love to say this has a lot to do with white supremacy, sir. But that's all I'll say.
Not trying to get
everything else is behind the wall. But
yeah, let's keep Albert's channel up.
Yeah, please. We can talk about behind the wall whenever BGS wants to have another one. But yeah,
I mean, it'll be tomorrow. But the thing is, I mean, I've discussed it before. The hint is white supremacy. If you don't, if you know what it is and how it operates, go back to Neely Fuller. Right? This is what's going on right now. Okay.
BGS, can you give me your best Neely Fuller?
I can't even imitate him, man.
You could get pretty close. You have a twang of the Southern accent. You
I do, but Neely Fuller's got that rough Southern voice.
I know.
Both y'all niggas.
I would say I said AL probably could do Neely Fuller better than I can.
I agree.
Is Neely Fuller still living?
I do believe he is. He's in his 90s.
He got to be in his 90s by now.
Yeah.
I haven't listened or read Neely Fuller in like a long time, man.
Yeah, he fought in the Korean War, so that's how far back he goes.
Damn. I mean, shit. After being a career, you would got some shit to say about white supremacy.
That's where he wrote his book in the Korean War. His first draft.
Yeah, bro.
Hey, BGS. Yeah, I'm switching topics for. Hold on.
I think Van is trying to say something.
No. Go ahead, AB.
Yeah, switch topics for a little bit. I was watching this video about mainframes. This old programmer.
Okay.
And
Fortran's making a comeback, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I heard about that.
I got a couple of Udemy's. I'm gonna try and go through and see if I can pick up the structure.
Yeah, but anyway, they were going through what IBM is using for some of their mainframes.
Okay.
Some of their mainframes run like 3 to 4 terabytes of RAM.
Yeah.
Which is, I was like, what? Like, wait, what?
That's not a lot. That's just minimum. Yeah.
That's proprietary hardware.
No, that's minimum. That's 3 or 4 terabytes of RAM is minimum for some of these.
Well, I'm saying that hardware, because no Windows machine could run more than 64. Linux maybe, but anything talking about terabytes, that's like, and Google has the only quantum computer as we got right now. But what he's saying, right, the terabyte just on those servers, can you imagine the throughput?
Yes, these are custom operating systems.
Yeah, they're custom.
In fact, it's IBM OS. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, actually, he showed they were actually running Windows XP still on some of them.
Well, basically, they would run Windows XP in.
It's probably a customized version.
No. There was customized, was also in virtual machines.
Okay, makes sense.
Yeah, but Windows 2K was the networking on Windows 2K, and Windows XP, Service Pack 3, and beyond, and 2K was supposed to be set. So I mean, if they're running those boxes are efficient. If you could ever run that with terabytes of RAM and had it solid with firewalls and had
If IBM is running, it's probably a advanced version of OS1.
IBM, you know, they hardware masters, man. You know what I mean? They made
Yeah.
the prototypes for the laptops, for the desktops. You know what I'm saying?
Windows NT and Windows 2K was actually a port of OS1.
Really?
Yes.
And 3X. I mean, even just remember DOS, right? And everybody gets on Bill Gates thing, whatever he, you know. But look,
Yeah.
if you look at DOS, he actually stole that. And the
He did
same
steal
thing with Woz over there with Steve Jobs. Those are the real guys. He stole that. I think it was one of Woz's buddies. He stole that DOS. And he built Windows on it. And I'm not knocking it. He didn't steal it. He paid the guy 30 bands.
Basically,
Right?
remember when the OS1 was running parallel with the Windows, and then Windows NT came out. Remember that? You guys are probably too young.
NT because
I
all
was too
business
young.
platforms use
You were
NT.
too young. Well, NT is a port of OS1. IBM was upset about that.
And 2K was built off of that, and that was why I had the best network.
That's what in new technology, right? Basically, they stole elements from OS1, IBM's OS1, to put in Windows NT. Okay, because the original Windows like 95 and 98 were built off of DOS. Okay, and it wasn't powerful enough.
3X, they had the 3X. You know what I'm saying?
So basically, Windows NT and then all the other Windows after that were built off of Windows NT.
That actually makes sense because that actually makes sense because for those of you who don't know, Windows Me was actually built off of Windows after the Windows 98.
Yes.
Right, Millennium Edition, and it was wrong with errors and bad. ME was the worst thing I had to work when Yahoo was deploying it onto ME. That was the machines that always had the problem. That's why 2K had to come in XP.
Windows 2K and then XP, Windows 2K and Windows XP were built off of Windows NT. It wasn't built off of 95, 98, and ME. Okay.
Right, that's what I'm saying. Well, as far as XP, SP3, that was being supported. SP3 Service Pack 3 at the time with the amount of viruses that we were getting and the amount of hack we were getting, SP3 solved most of it.
Yeah. The thing is, after that, things that the Windows 95 program of Windows 95, 98 ME ran in the virtual machine. That's when the virtual machine became big time under XP and thereafter. Okay, all the other programs that couldn't run on Windows NT were running in the virtual window.
Right.
Yeah.
We liked the 2K when we were doing Yahoo because 2K was so solid as a networking program.
That's why. Duh.
It was the best. Windows 2K servers still now. A lot of these servers are built on the architecture of Windows 2K.
That's why basically the new IBM, I forget what they call the program, the operating system. They called it something because I when I had to go through the when they actually were Chinese were actually building the new architecture, them and AMD, they were building server chips for IBM. They ran, I forget the name of the OS they were running on.
Yeah, my father was a huge fan of IBM.
Yeah.
And well, it makes sense because he was a COBOL programmer. So
yeah, that makes sense.
He was a huge fan of IBM.
Yeah.
IBM, man, it did a lot, man. They had actually show, I forgot the name of it, but it was actually about IBM and how they packaged that laptop because they had to figure out how to get that laptop, the first ever laptops. They were the ones that did the prototypes for it originally. Texas Instruments was trying to do some stuff, but they wound up making it. They call it Silicon Prairie. Call it Silicon Valley, and you got Silicon Prairie.
Well, BGS, be buying this laptop kind of goes full circle. If I'm not mistaken, isn't Lenovo an offshoot of IBM?
It is.
They bought it. They bought it.
Yeah, They sold it, yeah, because
Yeah,
they were
the new ThinkPads are Lenovo's with IBM stamp on them.
They were making. Remember, those machines were being made in Taiwan anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So,
That's
in other
right.
words, when IBM needed money, they just sold it off to the very people that are making them anyway. So they've been making them for 50 years.
Yeah.
They got a
Yeah.
contract with them. Yeah, they've been doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because when I was actually, believe it or not, I was doing the Colosseum when I purchased this laptop.
I remember.
I was literally on Amazon while everybody was talking.
Yeah.
I was just looking through. I saw this Lenovo model had 16 gigabytes of RAM in it. It's like, okay.
Mhm.
Then I saw you could upgrade it. I was like, okay, let me see what I can do. I got up to 40. I was like, and I could afford it. I was like, okay, I'll take it.
Okay, yeah, they're good machines. The only thing about Lenovo's, if they're not the what you call it, what do you call them, the Lenovo ThinkPads, okay, is the keyboard. So keyboard may be a little cheaper. That's the problem with Lenovo's. They have the same guts, but the thing is, the external materials like the keyboard, maybe the case,
Keyboards
are
work fine for
cheaper.
me. I got the idea pad, but yeah, it works fine for
Yeah,
me.
yeah. As long as it works fine. The thing is, the biggest thing with the ThinkPads is the motherfuckers are built like bricks. That's for sure. They're
Mm-hmm.
indestructible. So that's why come they like the ThinkPads. You gotta actually pay like $1,000 more for them because of the
Mm-hmm.
materials. But the thing is, but the guts and the internals are pretty much the same. Because I have two yogas.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's right. My grandson got my old yoga. Okay, he's had for, God, he was third grade maybe, and
Mm-hmm.
he's seventh grade now. So 4 or 5 years. I've had that Lenovo for like 5 or 6 years.
It's
Still
kind of
works.
hard looking at it's kind of hard looking at my PC now because I'm so used to seeing that external disk drive, but it's not there anymore. I just got the C drive. It's like, yeah, it works.
Oh
I
yeah,
got
yeah.
right now. I'm working with an HP Victus, man.
Okay.
And in Houston, HP's right down the road.
Yeah.
I used to work with them, so I kind of like some of their stuff that they put out as far as their gaming, their new gaming laptops. And I like the SSD, everything that comes with them. Thing
Mhm.
about it is these GeForce cards and these graphic processing units. Those laptops that have that built-in integrated, the way that they, like you say, if you look back from when IBM first created to now
Mhm.
what we have, you
Yeah.
used to have back in the days, and back me up on AB. Remember the PCMIA cards?
Yeah.
And you had to go ahead and click that in to get a graphics card to
Yeah.
actually be on there.
Yeah.
Mhm.
That shit used to cost what back then money. That was
Yeah.
like $1,200.
Yeah.
And that ThinkPad, that because Dell used to make ThinkPads before they went over right to IBM.
No, Dell never made ThinkPads.
No,
Dell never.
remember Dell did have a ThinkPad,
Yeah.
didn't it?
They had their own brand, but they never made ThinkPads.
Yeah, I think it's called Inspiron or something.
It's something like that. Yeah. Yeah.
But look,
I had a couple of them.
what Dell had that was like the ThinkPad, what
Yeah.
I'm talking about is the bottom side. They used to have it was like corporate. So
Yeah.
it was like you could have that bottom side. It's got 2 batteries in it. It's got video connectors on it.
Mhm.
And then you got memory chips you can plug in on each
Yeah.
side.
Yeah.
You can detach the laptop at any time. And
Mhm.
then you'll be able to still have all of your data within there. And with PCMIA cards, you can have
Mhm.
back then, which Wi-Fi really wasn't even the only persons that had Wi-Fi back in them days, bro, was
Mhm.
like people that had a corporate job and they
Mhm.
had that job. They had to have it because in some of the areas in Mississippi where I was at, there was no provisioning for any high-speed internet at all. At all. It was just straight
Yeah.
dial-up,
Yeah.
28K modem.
Yeah.
56K.
56K. Yeah. I remember that. Yeah.
Yeah, if you're lucky.
Ah.
Oh, was Snowman still on here? No, he's gone. Man, I can't get the when you pick up the phone and you hear that
Oh yeah. Yeah.
on the
Yeah.
dial-up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, you never get that sound in my head. Not to mention when you go to the mailbox, I lost count how many. Yep,
Yeah.
I lost count how many AOL discs we got in the mail.
Yeah, y'all talk
I
about
used to
that
use that
ancient shit. I don't know nothing
trials.
about that.
I
Hey,
hated
look,
that.
them free
that was before
trials.
your time, son.
I
Look,
hated
them
before
it.
your
free
time.
trials, AB, them free trials, I had them free trials going, and the only access points was in Jackson.
Mhm.
Back in the days, most you don't understand, we had house phones, right? Everybody didn't have a cell phone.
Yeah.
So if you called outside your, and how Bell South had us, you know what I'm saying? If you called outside your local 30-mile radius,
You had to pay. Yeah.
that is long distance.
Yeah,
So
y'all remember 1-800-COLLECT?
I remember that. Yeah.
oh man, there were some hacks with that I used to do, and I used to have the red box and the black box where you could go to any payphone. Remember when Pac was talking about that 1-800-SkyTel when you want to give the SkyTel? You know, you can make free calls back in the days. You know what I'm saying? Then with the hacker, you could put a blue box, a red box, black box, and then back in the days, you could just go to a payphone and then just have a little tape recorder and play the tones. It's a tone. Every time you put a quarter in there, it's a tone. And you can just play that on there. They hear it. They're like, oh, he put in, $10. And you sit there and be calling all day. That was when the hacking was like more of that level. Now the hacking is like, it's crazy. Now you got all these different type of people that is like paid hackers. They just had a whole AT&T outage the last 2 days, a hack attack, no news coverage. Everybody's cell phones was off in Houston for at least 8 hours.
There's no way you can not have a news story about that one.
Yeah, I had to go and look at the outage because someone had my same service that was through AT&T, and they wanted me to fix their phone. I'm like, go in the airplane mode. First thing I tell you, because my people do the towers. If you go to airplane mode, it's going to reset you in the tower. You feel what I'm saying? So if you go in airplane mode, come back out, it's supposed to reset you in the tower. If you still don't got your 5G, 4G, that means you either ain't paid your bill or it's a outage. But they didn't have no outages posted. But I went on there and it was like, yeah, the AT&T customers for the last 24 hours have been having almost a 60% no call, no show. You can't call nobody. You can't do nothing. It just end. You call a person, it just end. And they say, oh, well, it was just a mistake in the coding. Bullshit. That's an attack. You see what I'm
Hey,
saying?
BGS, were you watching when I showed the video of that crazy heifer talking about she deserved Cheesecake Factory?
Yeah, I think that's a skip because the thing is, I understand women, but I don't understand how guys allow women to talk.
It happens, unfortunately.
I get it, but I don't know why guys.
Cheesecake Factory. Have you ever went to Cheesecake Factory, BGS?
When it first opened, sir, that's how old I am. Yes, I have.
God damn.
This is there at the that nigga BGS read the 10 Commandments and shit when Moses brought them hoes down too. Shit.
They
some tar paper.
Yeah.
They said BGS was they said BGS in 1492 was serving hot plates.
I was the nigga say, hey, Columbus, I'm tired of being on this goddamn shit. Why don't we go over to the island over there, right? See that one off the
turn left.
Moonlight, turn left, motherfucker. Turn left, motherfucker. Turn left. Yep.
Get me off this ship. It's too much scurvy on this motherfucker.
I'm getting seasick, goddamn it.
They said BGS is so old that nigga invented self-service. White man came up there, you gonna pump the gas? Get it your goddamn self.
No, I ain't pumping no gas, Mr.
Hold on,
Boss.
wait a minute.
Go ahead and show it, AB. It's
hold
about
on.
Fortran, right?
Oh, Fortran, good old friend.
It's a Fortran. Air Boom is starting to show up again. Show up on the TBIOE. It's because it's actually good at math. That's why Fortran is popular with AI. Okay? That's why it's coming back. Yeah.
It works. It fucking works, bro.
Yeah.
It works.
That's what they're saying. So AI is bringing Fortran back.
Was it originally built for like math equations?
It was. It's built for business. Fortran built mathematical analysis. That's what it's built
And
for.
when they made Fortran, AI didn't exist, right?
Nope. Well, no, it didn't.
So that's what I'm saying. Like
it was in its infancy. Like AI's been around technically for like 50 years, but what we think of now, the LLMs and deep neural networks,
the idea of it was around. Okay.
Yeah, like all
they didn't have the
pieces.
hardware to really go and just crunch
Exactly,
all the numbers. Like they can crunch every scenario. And then think about the movie War Games. Remember that movie War Games? And there was the revelation of the method where they were saying, well, they've already figured out what Russia got. We know how many nukes they got. We know how many nukes we got.
What you got to remember, Fortran probably goes back to the 50s.
Yep, that's the stuff that was putting was it Apollo 11 up in the air?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because I mean, like, there's been a lot of stuff that's been around a long time, but very prototype. Like I remember the Truman biography had a section where they were I can't remember who his father's president of the Senate was talking about how he had seen Truman with a remote telephone, and it was basically the prototype for a cell phone. But it was basically in the back of the limousine at that time. And he was like, "I'm the president of the Senate. I should have one of those." But you could imagine this thing was like the size of like a briefcase, but not a small one. So
everything that we see now is 50. What we see now, we are 50 years ahead of that. But that's wrapped up in black. That's wrapped up in national security. So they can't put out until they find a way to charge you. Yeah, there is such thing as, efficient energy. There's such thing as free energy. It's not necessarily free. You still have to put the mindset to do it. But at the end of the day, we can't charge you for it. So that is going to be going against. We don't want that. We need to be able to charge. We have lobbyists that have products that you need to buy. So hey, that's why you hear it like BGS. I can't disagree with you. The lobbyists, the money that comes in, that's where you see. And like you say, with Kamala, we sitting there listening to the stuff. Hey, Kamala is sitting talking about.
See, you're looking at looking at her as a local problem. It's not a local problem anymore. Okay, this stuff has been going on well before Kamala, and there's factions on all sides that are actually weighing in on this election. Okay, all over the world. It's not just here.
Oh yeah,
it's way bigger than people think it is. Okay.
No, it's international off the top. You know what I'm saying?
You have no idea how big this is, man. Okay, no idea. And I'm not gonna say it on this platform. You have no idea how big this is. This is historical. It's like a 500-year event that you're looking at right now.
I'm seeing it, brother. But what I'm saying is
you ain't seeing it. You ain't seeing because if you see it, you ain't seeing it. If you were seeing it, you know what I'm talking about.
I wouldn't say it on AB's platform either because
you brother, you ain't seeing it. Okay, I'm just saying it. I know you ain't seen it because I could tell by the answers that I'm getting back. You're not seeing it. Okay?
I absolutely positively couldn't wait, ladies and gentlemen. It was necessary, and I couldn't wait to get into it. I've been waiting all day to touch on this because last night, Democratic nominee Vice President Kamala Harris sat down for her first interview since entering the race 5 weeks ago, alongside VP nominee Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. Both were interviewed by CNN's Dana Bash. When asked what she would do on day one as president, Harris said she would look for ways to, quote, strengthen the middle class, end quote, and try to bring down housing prices nationwide. Harris also plans to extend a $6,000 child tax credit to families in the first year of a child's life. Former President Trump's campaign is mocking Vice President Harris for bringing Walz to her first interview since launching her bid for the White House. However, Trump's first interview, just to get this out of the way, you remember this.
Now let's be clear, because I know Butthurt Blue's watching. Stephen A. Smith is no Trump supporter.
No, I can't stand him.
And
he's from New York. I can't stand him.
Yeah, he is no Trump supporter. So,
even when
he's telling you,
even when he disagrees with the Democrats, he still says, "I'm going to vote for you," but here's where I don't agree. So, he's
first interview after the Republican National Convention was a joint interview alongside his running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, with Fox News' Jesse Waters. And if you look back over the last decade, presidential candidates have sat for interviews with their running mates, including John McCain with Sarah Palin in 2008. Barack Obama did the same with Joe Biden that same year as well. Hillary Rodham Clinton and Tim Kaine did a joint interview in 2016. And finally, Donald Trump and Mike Pence also sat down together in 2016. That was a quote that a lot of people were making. And I understand that quote. It certainly came from members of my team, because I want to put you up. Listen, I've got some family members. I've got people that I'm close to. I've got a staff that I trust tremendously so, and they express themselves. See, I want the expressions. I don't want a bunch of yes people around me. Okay. I mean, you may not know him. This is dude Rashawn. Let me tell you something right now. I got a dude named Rashawn that works for me. That man don't listen to anything I say until he has to. I mean, he wakes me up at 7 in the morning to get on my last damn nerves, okay, about his opinions, okay? He ain't no yes man. I mean, I got Sherry. You would. Listen. I'm a marvelous boss. I'm told. I'm a boss, right? You wouldn't know. I mean, Sherry, like I don't agree with that at all. I mean, I don't know what you're thinking. And somebody else who's going to remain nameless took the time out of her busy schedule. She's married. Got dogs in the house and all of this other stuff. Happily married person, very, very busy, preoccupied with her life and a multitude of jobs and responsibilities and all of this other stuff. But oh no, this person took the time to sit down and write a damn dissertation to me about how wrong she thought my opinion was after watching me on Cuomo Nation with Chris Cuomo on Thursday night. She took the time to write a note to me. Let's put that note in because I want the public to see. I ain't gonna let you know who it is because I love her to death. You understand that she's entitled to her opinion. But damn it, I want y'all to see the kind of stuff that I got to deal with right here. Okay. Now, damn it, that's not enough on the screen. Some of it is cut out. So I need to be able to read this post that she sent to me. I respectfully disagree. There have been at least 4 presidents to date who have sat for an interview with their presumptive vice presidential nominee, and that includes Trump, Pence. The vice president's selection matters. Right now, it's taking up space in Trump's head, causing him to show out and all of this other stuff. This is what she said. This is what she said. Ladies and gentlemen.
Now, to be fair, Trump did do an interview with J.D. Vance already. Yeah. That was like 3-4 weeks ago. I had forgot about half of it. So,
okay.
Do you want, and I say this, albeit rhetorically, to members of my staff, to Democrats and liberals I know everywhere, to black women who are supporting Kamala Harris, to graphic folks working for me like Shagoon sitting there looking like Patrick Beverly, talking to me and swearing up and down on my Lord. Kamala. I ask one simple question. Do y'all want to hug and sing kumbaya to one another, or do you want to win the damn election? Because look at me, Rashawn, when I'm talking to you. If you want to win the election, listen to me, America. Listen to me. All of that rhetoric y'all talking don't mean a damn thing, including the text that I just read to you on the air. Sit up, Sherry, when I'm talking to you, please. I got stuff on my mind. Honor free, I can't read that. You're right like a kindergarten person. Come on, man, I can't see that. Here's the deal. Listen to me, y'all. Listen good. We're trying to win an election. And I don't say we like I'm some liberal because I'm a registered independent. I say we, people who don't want Trump to win. You bring up all of those presidents and all of their sit-downs with vice presidents. Did any of them avoid a primary? Was any of them vice president when the president, the incumbent, literally had the path paved for him and everybody was moved out of the way so he couldn't be exposed for being cognitively declining?
Wait a minute.
Did that happen with Barack Obama and Joe Biden? Did that happen with Trump and Pence? Did that happen with Hillary and Tim Kaine? Did that happen with Clinton and Gore? Did that happen with HW?
I know y'all watching, Mike. So are you going to tell him he's ill-informed?
He's been listening. Say my name, okay?
Yeah, did y'all notice one thing he said in that message?
What's that?
He said he didn't say he's a part of the people that want Kamala to win. He said he's a part of the people that want Trump to lose.
He doesn't like Trump. There's a lot of people that way. Anybody but Trump.
Yeah, New Yorkers.
That's
what I was saying.
And Mr. Dan Quayle himself.
Hold on.
For a second. Pay attention. None of these people avoided a primary. None of these people were people that you didn't see debating candidates for their own party, where the people selected them. That did not happen with Kamala Harris. That did not happen before June 27th when Joe Biden showed up in a debate. And as Anthony Scaramucci showing up on News Nation being interviewed by Chris Cuomo pointed out, and I quote, during the debate, President Joe Biden looked like a dude standing in a nursing home waiting for a nurse to feed him applesauce. That is a quote.
Damn.
That is a quote. And if Joe Biden looked that way in June 27th, what was he a month earlier? Or a month before that? Or a month before that? When those debates could have taken place. It was nowhere. We didn't see it because the Democrats greased the skids. So he didn't have to face competition. These are facts.
Say my name. Say my name.
So if that is the backdrop, and you have somebody like Trump, who's very, very short on substance when he's articulating his message and defers to insults and one-liners and doing all of these kind of things, I believe you're playing right into his hands.
Now where were you, Stephen A?
Kamala Harris,
saying this?
you're the vice president of the United States. You are a former senator a former state attorney general in the second largest state in the region, in the republic. You're a former prosecutor. This man has been indicted. He's been convicted on 34 felony counts. He's been impeached twice. He's lost civil cases. And oh, by the way, he gets grilled at the National Association for Black Journalists, and his immediate response is, it's a very horrible question, the worst question that could have ever been asked. You didn't even say hello. How are you? This is what he does. He goes up against Marco Rubio. He called him Little Marco. He said, Jeb Bush, low energy. Paula Fiorini, she's a 4.
It's true.
That's true, though.
It's
He's in
true.
Christmas called Ron DeSantis.
By the way, I'm sorry, I gotta be a little petty. For the record, fuck Paula Fiorini. She almost bankrupted HP.
Yeah.
Exactly, brother. I was like, why did they put her in, bruh? Look here, bro. I used to work over there. I used to work over there, bro. I used to work over there. I'm telling you, bro, the process that we was putting out, the banks, I mean, man, military, we was putting out serious, but man, these servers, I mean, it's server farms right down the street. Level 3, man, bro. Like we was putting out now, man.
They leverage too much money. Okay. Yeah, everybody want to get rich.
Sanctimonious. The man comes up with one-liners that are catchy, and as a result, people gravitate to that. They pay very little attention to whatever substance he may have or is lacking, and he wins anyway. And he doesn't even do it by winning the popular vote. He lost the popular vote in 2016. He lost it again in 2020. You, Kamala Harris, what the hell are you doing? I'm not saying what are you doing as in right now. The strategy thus far is fine. I'm talking about moving forward. And when you know the world is transfixed on you as the potential next president of the United States, and we're looking to see what you do, you show up with Tim Walz by your side? Really? Really? You know we were looking for you. You know we wanted to hear from you. No disrespect to him whatsoever, but ain't nobody, how many times you gonna hear that he's a school teacher and a former coach? That he gets you? How many times? We know this already, we got it. You wanna talk to us about the state of affairs in Minnesota? You wanna talk to us about it being one of the highest tax states in the Republic? You wanna talk to us about whatever crime is going on there? What your positions were during the riots, et cetera, et cetera? I'm down with you. I got it. But there's millions of people who disagree. If you want to go that route, no. Nobody cared. You know why? They want to hear from her. And why do they want to hear from her? Because when she was the vice president, you never heard from her.
Ooh.
And she was getting blamed for stuff that she may not have deserved to get blamed for. Well, what is it?
Ooh. Yeah.
We're blaming you for flip-flopping on fracking. Is it true? Are you? Healthcare. Has your position flip-flopped on that?
Ooh.
Or is it the same? They're talking about, you got surrogates out there talking about, now you're willing to support building a wall after you spoke against it. Is that true?
Ooh.
Is it? These are legitimate questions, is all I'm saying. I'm not castigating her. I'm not casting convictions upon her or anything like that. I'm saying we want to hear from her. I don't give a damn about hearing from Tim Walz right now. He's the vice president nominee. We got it. We understand. We ain't trying to hear from him, no. We want to hear from her. Because we've been waiting to hear from you for 4 years. We want to see where you stand and why. And oh, by the way, it's Teflon Don, as Donald Trump may be, that's with his constituents. It's not with registered independents. That's who you're trying to win over. Where you at? Ladies and gentlemen, she ain't going up against Mitt Romney, who knows his stuff.
Is he saying that because he wants to interview AB?
He knows his stuff. She ain't going up against Nikki.
Is he saying that because he wants to interview?
Who?
I don't know.
Haley?
What
Whatever
he's
your
saying,
positions may be, with the border wall, with inflation.
Go ahead.
What he's saying is you're fucking it up. In other
Yeah, that's
words,
what he's saying.
What he's saying is your strategy that you're using is not going to work going forward.
It's not.
With crime in Democratic cities, although there's crime in Republican-led cities too. The point is, that ain't even it. The issue is, you did this in your first press conference, Kamala Harris.
Yeah.
You sat up there and said, believe me when I say, I know Donald Trump's type. You talked about dealing with criminals, fraudsters, and con artists. And then you said, believe me when I say, ladies and gentlemen, I know Donald Trump's type. Well, if you know his type and you're accustomed to dealing with him, why is he the one doing a bunch of interviews? Again, the strategy was fine. I'm not complaining about the strategy you employed up to this point. I'm saying be clear. That ain't going to win you the presidency. And for your first interview, and by the way, you know the code that he's using. Nod your head, Rashawn. Nod your head, Honor Free, especially you, Honor Free. Oh, especially you. All right, and you too, Bailey. All of you. Nod your head.
All of you.
Is Trump? Yes or no?
Oh, he's going
Is
to house.
Yes.
When he points out that she's hiding, he's leaning on gender. I'm a man. I'm strong. Look, in Russia, in Ukraine with Russia. Look at what's going on with Israel and Palestine. in the Gaza Strip and beyond. Look at the kind of troubles that we're experiencing, whether it's North Korea, it's China, or whatever, Iran, Iraq. I mean, come on, y'all. Look at all of this. You think she's strong enough? She can't even show up to do a hard interview. I show up all the time. This is what he's doing. We all know what that is. He's feeding into machismo.
He's calling you out.
Commander-in-chief.
Yes.
He didn't do that to Hillary. He said a lot of things about Hillary, like crooked Hillary and stuff like that. He ain't never implied she was scared.
No,
he ain't never implied she was running.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
Because Hillary Clinton was smart as a whip and know her stuff.
That's true.
We all know. The most qualified woman ever run for president.
He didn't try to send the DOJ to take her to jail for what he said either.
HBCU grad, prosecutor, state attorney general, senator, reigning vice president of the United States of America. Kamala Harris has all the credentials in the world to stand tall, stand straight up, and be like, yo, this is the way it's going to be. Let's get it on. And as a prosecutor, and as an attorney, as somebody who knows the law, as somebody who knows a criminal when she sees them, as somebody who knows a con artist when she sees them, and all of these other things that she said about him, why is this dude the one we see? Because the Democrats are telling her, well, you know what? Something ain't broke, don't fix it. We gain this momentum, we gain this momentum, we gain this momentum. They are right about that. And I'm not disagreeing with anybody on my team who feels otherwise. Here's my point. It doesn't matter if the regular process had been followed. But because they avoided the primaries, because they were accused of greasing the skids to disguise and hide Joe Biden from the rest of us in terms of the decline that was clearly taking place. She is now the Democratic nominee without having had to have a debate, without having to experience a primary, without having to campaign. It was handed to her in the eyes of the opposition. That is what they're going to say about her. Say what you will about Trump. He's supposed to be a criminal, right? He's supposed to be in jail, right? He's supposed to owe nearly $500 million, right? The bottom line is he's been the Republican nominee since 2016. And he's been through a myriad of debates. And on top of all of that, he got all of this law, these legal issues descending down upon him. And the people have spoken. The Republicans said they want him. All of them.
All of them, yep.
Nobody said that about Kamala Harris until July 21st.
Ooh, damn.
So you don't get to just skate to the election and have a debate September 10th on ABC, and you know what? We may barely see you. Nah. Why also, ladies and gentlemen, Biden wasn't doing a bunch of interviews prior to the debate on June 27th, and then what happened thereafter with July and him stepping aside. So we have a White House that hasn't been active participants in communicating with the fourth estate, spanning months. Why you running this country? Nah. I want you, Kamala Harris, to go out there and whip the you-know-what of Donald Trump. That's what I want. Because it shouldn't be that hard. Who's going to vote for him is going to vote for him. Just like the left is going to vote for you. But us independents, yo, you can't take him. That's like Tommy Hearns or Mike Tyson getting into the ring with somebody with a glass jaw. You should be able to take them. We know they can fight too, but once they get clipped by somebody the likes of you, they supposed to fall. You prosecutor.
Wait a minute, Stephen A. Don't talk about Jake Paul like that. Oh, let me shut up.
What happened to Hillary?
You should be able to handle this because of him.
No, because you know, Vice just had that fight with Jake Paul.
Oh yeah.
Say Nikki Haley or somebody you're going against. This is him. Shouldn't be hard. That was my point. That is my point. And that's going to be my point until we see her campaigning the way presidential candidates normally campaign.
Amen.
She got my vote because I can't vote for him. But I don't want to vote for her just because I don't want to vote for him. I want to vote for her because she shows me she's the one.
She's the one. Yeah.
And anything that she hasn't shown, I'm not even blaming her. I'm saying the party has paved the way and greased the skids.
Yeah.
We can't let that continue to happen. You got to show up and earn it. I'm a sports guy. I remember in 1991, if I remember correctly, Mike Tyson was scheduled to fight Michael Spinks for the heavyweight championship of the world. And Mike Tyson was furious because there was a delay in Michael Spinks coming out to the ring, so much so that he reportedly punched a hole in the wall. He was that damn furious. Mike Tyson had no idea that what held up Michael Spinks wasn't some gimmick or anything. Michael Spinks was in his locker room crying, according to numerous reports, crying because he had to go out there and fight Mike Tyson.
Okay.
And the promoter, Butch Lewis, that was in the locker room with him. Do you know what Butch Lewis was doing?
What?
Crying with him.
Okay.
Crying with him. But still hugging him while crying and saying, you got to go out, champ. You got to go out there. You got to fight. because they had $13 million.
He gotta get this money.
That's the story, according to everybody that I spoke to. And all I'm saying to y'all is, when you want something, when you want the crown, you got to go out there and fight. Because Trump is calling her out. Now, we all know that's tactical maneuvering on their part and all that stuff. I'm saying it.
Can't make this shit up.
So these Trump opposers are basically proved him right. And he said, if they like me, they'll vote for me and I'll win. If they don't like me, they're not gonna vote for me.
Oh, no, vote for me.
That's all it comes down to with the masses. That's all I haven't heard a single person like, okay, I don't like this policy, I don't like that policy. It's basically just based on personality.
Personality. I don't like Trump. I don't like Trump, or I like Trump. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it's coming down to. But the thing is that she hasn't given people a reason to like her
at all.
And this stuff that's going on is giving people less of a reason to like her.
She's got to get her policy.
It'll be interesting to see how the independents vote. That'll be interesting. So.
I mean, you can't. I mean, if it's not interesting now, it won't be. You won't get a more interesting election than this one.
Oh
yeah. I mean, the fact that RFK actually went right on the Trump, and then just looking at how they did, because they took. If you look at Cornel West,
if you were RFK, if you were RFK, what would you have done? Okay. I'm talking about. Cornel was gonna get this. All right, he's not gonna listen. Go ahead and finish, man. He gonna go ahead and get it out, man. Go ahead and get it out.
Cornel was gonna get less, right? So RFK was still on the ballot, right? We know obviously he's independent right
now. He's on some ballots. He's on ballots.
Let him finish, man. I tried. He don't get it, but he'll get it.
But when he tried to go ahead and throw his, support behind Trump, they actually went in and was like, well, you can't remove your name from these particular ballots. We're going to still have him on there. However, if you go back and look at Brother Cornel, which I was like I said, I'm independent too, bro. Like, I lean more on the libertarian side, but I'm more of an independent. Okay. And I look at it like, well, with Cornel, I was looking at Cornel's policies as well.
So what's your point, though, man? We're trying to
get the point was that how they gonna remove Cornel immediately? Just bam, get rid of him. Require RFK to even get all these different signatures that he did, and then not give him the protection. Obviously, they probably would try to get him. Look at his uncle, look at his daddy. You know what I mean? And I can see why he would have went over there.
So in other words, you know why he went to Trump. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, you probably would have done the same thing. You would have done the same thing.
Yes, sir. I definitely would. That's what I was saying.
Yep. This is for the record. This is Kamala Harris's website, and I still don't see a policy section.
I mean, how long does it take to put up a policy on a website, man?
Come on, man.
Nope. BGS. Actually, probably about 10 minutes.
I mean, if you use ChatGPT.
Hold on. Wait a minute. BGS. Mm-hmm. They're using WordPress. Probably about 10 minutes because WordPress has a UI. Go ahead.
ChatGPT probably can do it for you in like 3. Okay.
Yeah.
But the problem is they don't have.
Hold on, man. Go ahead, Jesse. Hold on.
Say the problem is they don't have enough policy to put on the website.
To make it up. At some point, you got to make the shit up.
Yeah, make it up, man. Give us something to look at.
God damn. I mean,
that's what I'm saying, AD. Like, remember when we first took a look at this one on your stream? We went and looked at Trump policies. We went and looked at the Kamala policies. The Kamala policies at that time didn't only have nothing but donations. Donations. They didn't have no policy.
Nope.
And we went and looked at it back. You found out it was WordPress, and you was like, man, hold on. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, all this money should have at least, you know what I'm saying, something else besides WordPress. Okay, you're going to use WordPress. Now we have it now. Now we look at, they've changed it slightly, but I'm seeing donate. I'm seeing take action, meet Tim Walls, and store. I don't see policy at all.
Yeah. Hold on. Wait a minute now. Yeah, Kamala Harris doesn't have any policy on our website, but you know who does?
Who?
Dr. T. Dr. T. Hassan
Hold up.
Johnson.
All right. Well, see, let's look at the policy with Dr. T got. Well, we got one. Family court reform, education, affirmative action for Black men, targeted homelessness program, targeted unemployment programs, criminal law reform and law enforcement, 13 subpoints. Intimate partner violence, homicide policy reform, 3 subpoints. Health targeted treatment and recognition for heart disease, cancer, suicide, and HIV campaigning, 4 subpoints. Targeted small business support, Social Security and life insurance, family support, paternity leave, reverse voter disenfranchisement, Black male specific reparations for the transatlantic slave trade through 21st century hyper incarceration, 3 subpoints. United Nations, we charge the U.S. with the genocide of the Black male. Title VII reform, data disaggregation. Yeah, a lot of that going on. Black men's right to self-defense, false accusation, offender registry, 18 points. What? Maybe she could even just interview Dr. T. He's got a great. Do you guys have any disagreements with that points?
I don't.
From a doctor, right? A doctor, a real doctor that's a tenured scholar.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, he's putting his own website, tenured, work already behind him, still doing work today. Why not go and look at it? Was Dr. T on that call when they had all these supposedly, allegedly 100,000 Black men for Kamala with Ricky Smiley, with Van Jones, with all these Roland Martins? You think they went out and called him? You think they don't know who he is? Huh.
They know who he is. They you know. But yeah, if y'all want to take a
Where's
look
the
at
wrongness and what you showing? Where's the wrongness? Can any man up here now, anybody in the chat, anybody anywhere, disagree with what those points expanded upon?
well, what's that stream you had earlier, BTS? They tried on Twitter, on X at least. Oh, you must be doing something.
I don't see how it could be disagreed upon, because if you're wanting our vote, same thing goes back to the Crying Jones, goes back to the Steve Harvey. We're not going to ask her pertinent questions. We're going to take the softballs. We're going to throw her softballs. Don't matter what, we're going to edit it to where we're going to get her straight. And we ain't going to ask her for nothing. Don't ask about, he even said, don't ask about reparations. We already heard you. You know, we ain't asking her nothing about that. So, you know, then she get up and say, I'm not going to just do that.
Say Crying Jones?
Crying man. Cry like a man. You feel me? And look, he's to the point where I hate to see if she wins or loses, the cries. Oh my God. Even at the DNC, you see how he was smiling, even though that all of his stuff that he just rolled with, talking about how Joe Biden was the best possible president. He is, as he's falling down on commencement, shaking people, shaking ghost hands, called Kamala Trump and called Zelensky Putin in the front of NATO allies. How do you think the morale, Charles, morale, NATO, you're calling the enemy the man? You don't know what we can't trust him. What do you mean?
You know, I'm getting Ronald Reagan vibes. Well.
Which election cycle?
The last one.
Ooh, let me see if I can find that map. It was ugly. That was an ugly ass map. I ain't never seen that so much red. That was an ugly ass map.
Well.
Here's the map I came up with. I'm sure Black Rule will disagree. Shout out to Black Rule on the panel. But here's the map I came up with.
Damn. It's a whole lot of red.
Yeah, but the way they're going, man, it could change.
That's a tad optimistic for your side, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit optimistic. I think it's going to be a bit closer than that, but
yeah, probably.
I don't know how you can guess anything when everybody's just kind of sending up smoke screens. I mean, all of the news organizations. I mean, I keep seeing in the comments people are like, "Is CNN working for the president?" I've seen that comment so many times. Like it's almost like they're working. With
I mean, I said they're in the bag for Kamala. They are. They clearly are. And you know, it'd be interesting to see how far they're going to push this stall tactic because this is uncharted territory. You know what's happening here, obviously.
Joe Biden won in the basement, right? He won the basement. So if they're looking at prior, you know, they go over, they have the data sets, right? They're in charge of everything. They can see everything. So they have the data set. They've seen how they said, well, we could win with Joe Biden. No rallies, no significant. We just get him right. Just, you know, put him at Camp David enough to where he can get out there and debate Trump. And at that time, he was, you know, 50-50. And, you know, the old Biden came out. But now.
What old Biden came out?
Back in the days, you remember when he was doing it before, like when he was doing his back and forth with Trump when, you know, in the 2020 election.
What killed Trump's election chances?
I'm gonna tell you what I think of the front runner, what they moving at.
What killed Trump's election chances? It's one word.
I would say the early voting in the mail-in vote.
Don't kick the chair. You already kicked the chair, damn it. But okay.
Don't help the bear.
If he wants to be the smartest guy in the room, he's gonna have to hold his own nuts. Okay. What ruined
the mail-in vote?
The mail-in vote did not kill it. What killed it?
No. What I'm saying is, look, the mail-in votes, and some of the ballots, like, because you can do absent ballotee, right? And if you do that and you don't go, up there,
okay, you go
up there.
What killed Trump's presidency or his re-election bid? What was going on?
The problem was, like I just said, bro, and I'm just gonna give you. I vote with USPS.
Give it to me simply, man. I don't need a whole story.
When some of the ballots they had some USPS workers was in certain districts was taking the ballots, right, and putting them in the bayou. They have they did time for it. Okay, they didn't want to do time, but the people had the stuff on video camera.
In other words, you're going all into 10-4 territory, man. COVID killed his chance, right? There's no way you can have 3 million people die on your watch and you be elected president. That's what killed his watch. Okay, it's not that hard.
Yeah, that was a part of it, yes.
What do you mean a part? Whoa! What do you mean a part of it? Okay, in other words, Trump was a shoo-in before that.
But what I'm saying is that the point of you're right. That is a different.
I mean, you have a global pandemic. You have 3 million people die.
But what I'm talking about is this. What I'm talking about is this. If you go back and forth with that, yeah, for sure. But the point of what we are talking about is specifically, right?
How specific can you get, man? That's why he lost.
The specificness of what I'm saying is this. When you have, and I'm speaking on me, I was a delegate. I didn't go, right? So I said, well, look, I'm gonna go and do my absentee ballot. So I put my absentee ballot in.
Okay.
And then
all right.
I'm gonna give you this.
Finish up the story because you're going way into the weeds, man. We don't need all that. Okay.
it's right to what I'm saying.
What,
So because the USPS
okay,
worker who
okay,
was on the news,
okay.
actually got prosecuted for because
So why?
they
So the bottom.
took the ballots of the people in that district and threw them in the bayou.
So that's okay. That's one district. How about the rest of the country?
Yeah, but at the same time, we got another district where here is different.
So
like
no,
you gotta
so,
have.
no,
You gotta
hold
have.
on.
Hold on, man.
Bottom line, why did he get to the bottom of what you're trying to say instead of giving us like 15 different stories? What's the bottom line?
The point is here in Texas different, bro. That's what I'm saying. So
No. What's the reason he lost? Okay.
The reason he lost was because there was malfeasance in the election.
There's
always malfeasance.
In other words,
always malfeasance though. But look,
in other
You're
words,
going in circles, bro. You
in other words, you're talking about election fraud, right?
It's always fugaziness. Right?
I know,
people
but
stop ballots.
okay.
They call it ballot harvesting.
So in other words,
right?
you're saying election fraud, right?
Most people
Okay.
don't ever think about it.
Okay.
You know why?
Okay. Take another minute and finish up the story, man, because you want to give us a story.
The story is this, brother.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about my ballot specifically. That's why I went down there and to vote.
I understand.
The day of, right?
Okay,
on
all
the
right.
day of. Now they have early voting, right? Early voting.
Uh-huh.
I went down there on day of.
Mm-hmm.
Right? It's not a holiday. It should be. I think.
Okay. Let's stay
right?
on track.
So
Let's stay
I'm
on
going
track.
to vote for who I'm going to vote for, regardless of who it is, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I didn't get my absentee ballot.
Okay.
And then when I seen the case where they was throwing the ballots away in the districts,
Okay.
woman was prosecuted. You think it's just a one thing? No, it's multiple. That's why they ain't gonna cover nothing on news. Period. If it ain't happening, they caught her. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna tell you this, man. Trump and his supporters canvassed every state. Okay, every state. They put 10 states on trial. They recounted 15 state ballots. Okay, 15, the most ever in history. Okay, what did they find legally? What did they find?
Texas went in and they put one whatever's.
What did they? I asked you a specific question. What did they find? They went through 15 states.
What they did was after they found they actually had evidence.
Okay, we're moving on. We're moving on.
You're not listening.
The evidence they was taking
we're moving on. We're moving on.
All right. Okay.
The lawyers.
Yeah, we're moving on. Come on, man. Come on, man. Stop. We're moving on.
Yeah.
All right. Now BGS, try not to laugh. She's a little slow. Bless her heart, but she's gonna say something incredibly stupid.
Okay.
Some of y'all daddies was in y'all life because your mama was giving him some cat. He wasn't there because he wanted to be.
Okay. So
sorry to break that news to you.
Yeah, we figure grown men figure that out.
Okay? I did a response like, yeah, no shit. It's called biology.
And water is wet, huh?
But these, I'm like, are these chicks that slow down? I'm like, gee.
Some of y'all's daddies was in your mama's life because she was giving him some cat.
No shit.
No shit.
That's how you got
here.
Exactly.
And you know what?
And some good inside the mouth too.
And you know what? Exactly. The reason you was broke because your daddy was dicking your mama down. Okay.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Your daddy. It was this guy who was tearing your mama down.
Yep. And she felt so much
tearing her
in love.
down.
She wasn't in love with him. She was in love with that Peter. That's what happened to her.
Yeah.
You know, it's amazing what social media has done to the image.
It's called biology, sweetheart.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying, like, just like the kind of like mask that social media has peeled off of women is just amazing.
Yeah.
Like, you could not. You go back to the 90s when guys were making love songs. I love you and I love you. If you had social media, they're like, man, let me stop singing these doggone love songs. What's wrong with me?
What I say about the internet, OG?
Was it reveals us all, didn't it?
It basically the
Yeah.
mass drops on the internet because you're not face to
Yeah.
face.
Yeah. But hey, Babyface carried them hoes for at least about a 10 or 12-year period.
Yeah, that's true.
He did.
That is true.
He
That's
sure
true.
did.
Hey, you can't forget about Keith Sweat now. Hold on, about Keith Sweat.
He said, "I'll."
No, but no,
I'll cook you a
Babyface
dinner too
carried
on
them
that
because Babyface was not only singing, but he wrote all that shit. I mean, the whole like late 80s and 90s, that's all Babyface.
That's all Babyface. It is.
Yeah, he did the whole Wedding Exhale soundtrack.
Oh
yeah.
That whole-
Correct.
I do.
I am not the type of female to be up in somebody's cheesecake factory.
Okay,
I know that's what you're used to. Brokey on a budget.
Time out.
Brokey on a budget. All the brokies stand up.
So you want to go to Ruth Chris, right?
Yes.
All right. I feel like Ruth Chris is reserved for women that hold themselves to a bit of a standard that is not quite your level. Because when you walked in here, I promise you right now, something was a little off. I didn't want to say nothing, but since we want to talk about brokey, stinky. Stop playing with me.
Why would you say that on
Oh,
camera?
damn.
Are you serious?
Oh.
You bringing the fuck on my side of the table now. Stay over there.
Disrespecting me. It's hot. Of course I'm sweating. I just didn't put on my everywhere deodorant today.
Everywhere
deodorant?
You must wear that everywhere.
You smell like berries and all that.
She got
I actually need a man with money. Not a broke boy like you. I'm not gonna let you give me
Too much feminine energy for me.
Yeah. Yeah.
She dropped that everywhere deodorant.
Everywhere deodorant. I was like, oh,
wash your ass. That was you supposed to use.
I don't know. I don't understand this generation that allows women to talk to them like that. One thing I like about the whatever show, they can't talk to them like that. Hey, chill out with that shit, okay? All this hollering and screaming at me. No,
for the most part, I don't let women talk like that.
That's because what did I ask you about the testosterone of these niggas?
Yeah.
The women are bigger than them.
Yeah.
Me personally?
Yeah, I definitely think it's a testosterone issue because I think if you have a certain level of testosterone, I don't think you can tolerate that kind of.
Me personally, I had a chick to say, I'm gonna fuck you up. And I told her, I like to see you try.
Go for it.
I even told she who will not name. She thought I was talking about her in front of the lieutenant. I said, nah, I gave my vague speech. If hit dogs holler. If you thought I was talking about you, so what? Matter of fact, tell you and your nappy-headed friends, all four of them. Yeah. We could go in the back. Y'all could go full force. I'm gonna use 25% of my power, and we're gonna find out who goes to the hospital.
I don't do that much talk. I said call 911 first. Why? To get me off of you, so I don't go to prison for murder.
No, that was you kicking a chair, old man. That was part of the last line. Said I want you to think about this. When I save you for last, because I'm gonna save you for last. Which one of you are a man or woman enough to pull me off your ass? Well, we don't have to do that. We can still be friends. Bitch, fuck you. And hung up the phone on her. And when I saw her back at work, she was very respectful.
I was at church one day, and this little girl was mad at me because I got in an argument with her mama or something. I think she could have been only like 10 or 12 or something. I forget. I turn around. I hear her straight say, "I'm going to fuck you up." I didn't even turn around. I I just kept walking.
My little cousin do that.
I didn't even turn around because that would have been ugly. And put the full disclosure, this is back when I was still a beta male orbiter. I was chasing her cousin. But here's the funny part. She don't want to know what I would have done to her cousin. I would have had her up against the wall like BGS said. Okay, you think you can fuck me up? Come try it.
I had my little cousin.
I don't take that kind of shit off a woman, man. No.
I had a little cousin tell me that.
Stay away from your mic, BGS.
I said the warning is a courtesy.
Yes.
I had a little cousin tell me that last year. I slap people for Lex. I said, tell me who the fuck in this house gonna keep me from putting you through that fucking wall.
And my father upstairs laughing his ass off.
Mm-hmm.
He's like, shit, I ain't gonna do it.
He's like,
I was laughing like, I ain't doing it.
and you know, my father
You
was.
better calm your ass down. I ain't doing it.
Believe it or not, my father turned into a pure asshole, but it was funny. He was like, "Well, I see you didn't slap him, huh?"
Mhm.
And he came back to your senses because he would have stomped your ass.
I'll tell you one thing, Charles. It's better to be an asshole than a bitch.
I'm gonna tell you that much in a nutshell. Guess what? I'd rather be feared than loved.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I have to say this. Whoever started that shit that you can't hit a girl because she's a female, that wasn't my parents. They always said if she big enough to swing, she big enough to get cracked.
Those are the feminists that started that shit.
Yeah.
Because they're my son leveled the bitch from spitting on him.
Forgot about that. Let me see if I can
And
find
I'm
it.
sorry. A lot of you nasty bitches, the reason why you would feel comfortable jumping across the table to a man, and I would tell her, come the fuck right on.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. Well, my kid, okay, if he hit
You
somebody,
you know that
yeah.
you know that surprised look. You know, I've never hit my wife before,
Mhm.
but we had a couple of moments where
she
thought I was going to hit her,
Mhm.
and that expression of sudden fear.
Mhm.
You know, like it's a combination of, it's not just fear, but it's surprise.
Mhm.
Like, because she's seeing some part of me that she don't really see.
Mhm.
You know, they don't get enough of that. They don't get enough of that fear.
Mhm.
You know, I grew up when I would see that fear appear on women, not all the time, but with enough regularity that kept a kind of balance of things.
Mhm.
You know,
Yeah, I had to get
but
on my aunt.
now you don't really see that. You know, you don't see that fear from them.
Yeah, because
That's a
yeah,
different environment. I
well,
mean, if
they've
you
been
go,
trained. They've been
Damn,
trained that they
hitting
can take a
shit.
man.
I don't give a damn if you're a woman. You ain't got no business putting your hands on a man. If
That's
that
old
man
school.
knocks the shit out you because you didn't hit him, okay.
So you feel like
That's
if a
gonna
woman
teach
hits
you
a man, she
to keep your
deserves to
hands.
get beat? Is you
Did
saying
I
that?
say beat? She
But
can
I'm
take
just
shit
saying,
to a whole
no,
nother
because
level.
a man has more script than a woman, so that's why I'm
And
saying
she
that.
know that. She knows that before she go
But
hit
what
that
if
damn
she
man.
full of emotions and she hit the man?
And
Okay, then he's gonna be full of emotions and knock this shit right back out of her.
And you think that's fine?
yes, ma'am. Yes,
No, you
ma'am.
think
Yes,
that's
ma'am.
Now that's my kind of bitch right there, boy. I like that kind of bitch.
If you putting your damn, if the woman putting their damn hands on you and knock the shit out of you from out of nowhere and you hit her, I tell her, you hit my son? Okay, keep your hands off of him, because I didn't told him not to be hitting on women. But I also told him to let no goddamn woman hurt you either.
That's right.
Man.
Now, what if he just?
Yeah, when I was coming up, the women did not tell you not to hit the girls. They would tell you not to hurt the girls or not to injure the girls. But they didn't tell you not to hit the girl.
man,
I'm
I've been
gonna
watching like old school movies, and I'd be like, damn, they slapped the hell out of a broad in a minute back in the day.
Go watch an old school John Wayne movie. Go watch a John Wayne movie.
Okay.
Yeah, I hit him. Tell your old man where.
That's what OG tells you. They don't play in Asia with that shit. Okay.
Oh, that shit, they don't play nowhere overseas. To be honest with
I'm
you,
gonna tell you what.
if you outside of a Western country, it's no discrimination. They be men, women, and kids.
Equal left equals equal rights.
BGS Black Room, tell him BGS Black Room, what did Clark Gable say? Frankly, my dear, I don't give a damn.
Yeah.
It's like I see what that Sean Connery interview. That shit was for real, man.
Yeah, I watched that. That was dope.
He was cool. He was cool as fuck with it. He was cool as fuck with it. And he said, you know, after I have exhausted all efforts to resolve the situation, then I don't see it. He said, then I don't see any problem with it.
She has earned that slap.
Earn that shit.
Exactly.
I remember right the first time I had like a rookie officer with me, and this female just jumped and hit me, and you just saw me Ric Flair the shit out of her, and he was like stunned. He's like, "You just slapped the shit out of her." Sure did. Put cuffs on him. Let me tell you how to write it up too. He was like,
Yeah. Secure that.
he was like, "What happened?" I said, "Guess what? You see them nails? Let her grab your nuts.
Ooh.
Let her scratch your fucking face or your eyes out. What the fuck you gonna tell your children when you lose an eye? Stop thinking women can't hurt you. They can hurt you in different ways you would never expect."
I was trying to be chivalrous, Charles. That's why I let him scratch me up like that, and he kicked me in my balls.
Oh fuck no! I'll tell you
Man.
one thing. I put. I tell. I've had many of guys. I had to search for warrants, and the girlfriend tried to grab a hold of me. And next thing you know, you holding him by the handcuffs, and you holding her by her goddamn neck like the Undertaker. And you like, yo, and some of these chicks, because you're dealing with these pussy ass niggas who throw bows with you, and some of them can actually hit. So don't be with nigga with a glass jaw and you get dropped. What's more embarrassing? You knocking this bitch out or she knocking you fucking out? Like shit, I gotta make the right choice. I gotta work in this motherfucker. So
Right. You can't let her knock you out. That's for damn sure.
so I tell a lot of these dudes, I said, I don't know what the fuck happened. Like niggas just the testosterone. Like I'm gonna tell you what's weird to me. It's the damn shameful when I heard dudes 10 years ago talk about they don't want to be the biggest, strongest guy. I'm not trying to get too cocky. You just want to be a skinny prick that could barely lift a shoebox? Like, god damn. Gone are the days of fucking He-Man.
Yeah, I think part of it is the testosterone. I think part of it is the high level of overweight and obese women that we have here too. I mean, back in the day, you might be 20, 40 plus pounds bigger than the average chick. You know what I mean? Now, should they like your weight or even bigger than you? Shit.
Nigga, let
I'm
me
like,
say it to you this way. They did a survey, right?
Mm-hmm.
Guess how much women weighed back in World War II on average? They were 5'3" to 5'4" and about 120 pounds, 130 at the most.
Mm-hmm.
Women are 5'3", 5'4", 180 to 190 pounds. Think about that.
yeah.
Yeah, that's that
Yeah.
wide berth right there.
I,
That's that
I,
oversized load.
I don't know if I seen that same survey, but I remember looking that up a few years back, and I was like, you know, we in the animal kingdom. That's a sign of a matriarchal type,
Manobo.
animal. You know, it's the women. The women are bigger than the females are bigger than the males. When you talk
You
about
know
the
what species? You know what
spotted
species?
hyena and
The
all these
hyena,
different
the
things.
spider, the green anaconda.
Sorry,
Like,
sorry, Lou. Sorry, Lou. I had to put you up front because that's what we were dealing with at the beginning of the stream.
Oh,
oh
all
my
right.
god,
Word salad.
words out. And you know what's funny? It's the green anaconda, the hyena, the spider, the female praying mantis. What else? A couple of there's a few other
Black
animals.
And
widow, black widow.
Well,
what's
that's a
crazy
spider.
about that? The crazy part is a lot of times when you see these relationships where the women run over the men, it be that dynamic where it be like
Yeah, they're the
the
bigger
woman be the
woman.
bigger.
Well,
Yeah, yeah.
can I say something?
Go
And
ahead.
here's the biggest point.
Oh, wait a
When
minute.
you look at those animals, I want to point this out. Those animals usually try to eat the smaller men.
Go ahead, Lewis.
Well, my theory is, especially if you're a son and you grew up in a single mother household, it automatically lowers your fucking testosterone. What I see in the store, either the kids are very skinny and frail or they're
Mm-hmm.
fucking obese.
Yeah.
When I see sons with their fathers, they're in shape. You grew up in that
You know,
estrogen
I
home.
have a theory. I have a theory about that. I think I think in the presence of each other, men and women absorb and neutralize their hormonal levels. And when you have a situation where you have boys growing up, for example, and this has been apparently there's been quite a bit of work done on this, where if you have girls in the household and their fathers are not in the household, they get their periods much earlier. And if there's a man in the household who's not their father, they get their period even at a more accelerated rate. And the argument is that the father's uh, testosterone, this is the argument, somewhat inhibits the development of of the female, because presumably the father's there in the home protecting the developing female. But if the father's not there, from a survival standpoint, that mammalian female must become reproductively competitive. And so the way so then that female must start her misses earlier to be able to attract a protector and a reproductive mate.
I guess
And so I think likewise,
That's a good theory, right?
going back to where I think being with a mother, particularly if the father's not there, and if the boy is around the mother a lot and over extended periods of time, I would think that it would neutralize the testosterone level
because she
of male.
looks at him as a boy and not a protector.
Yep.
And if it's
you
a bunch
got
of
to
females,
or some
Well,
husbands
and also he's not in an environment. He's not in an environment where he's reproductively competitive.
Or I would like to
Because he's with
juxtapose that.
this woman. He's with this in this environment with a female, an elder female with whom he's not supposed to reproductively mate and bond with, right? And so presumably then it would inhibit the the natural chemicals that would create that more competitive, more naturally male,
I think
reproductively competitive
I think
nature.
that I think that I'm gonna switch it up a little bit. I think that he's slower to develop because one, there's no competitive males where he has to be bigger and stronger. Two, he's not in a role of protector. What's the natural thing for an animal to become a protector? You got to become what?
dangerous.
Dangerous, bigger, stronger, much more daring, much more aggressive. You gotta develop thicker muscles, thicker bigger muscles, denser bone density. You got to be able to take on the environment. And then when you look at a lot of these boys who were raised in single mother homes, a lot of them are not. The only time you see them getting bigger, as a matter of fact, I want to know a study of how many boys. What's the likelihood of a boy growing up homosexual in a single mother home?
Ooh. No, I got a better one for you, Charles. What's the likelihood of a boy becoming transformer in a single mother home?
Well, a
It's
lot of that
in-
is because they were molested.
Yeah, that's true too.
but that's also a correlation.
There's
Where
no
does most
father in the home to protect
where
them.
does most molestations take place?
In single mother
Single mother
homes.
homes.
You're 5 times more likely. Five
Well,
times more likely.
if the women got 80%, 90% custody, even basically if they don't even they ain't smoking crack in front of the judge, they will give the kids back to her. Either way, you can
Well,
pass the drug test, be having a house, have money, prove, and it's just so hard. You can do it.
Well, the family
You better have
dynamics
them
changed.
videos rolling to go, but she can just say it on you and automatic.
Well, everything's changed the environment. I mean, you know what I got on my 12th birthday? A bench and weights. That's what my mother bought me for my 12th birthday. Weights.
Boy, you had a good mama.
Oh yeah. Got a bench, straight bar, curl bar, and plates.
Nice.
Remember,
You know,
my new
my step pop brought me 2 guns when I was 12. Taught me how to shoot. You feel what I'm saying?
That's that old country living right there, boy. That's that country style. You know. Remember,
Like, he
folks.
didn't be like, look, don't shoot all my 357 bullets because the 38s, you know what I'm saying, is rock. But I'm like, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying. But you rock, you know you can shoot that 38 and that 357. Man, when you hit that magnum round, try to play with that one hand. I'm young, I'm trying to play. Man, that damn recoil. I learned to respect that. You know, you have to learn. And that's what a lot of gun safety that we don't have. You know, you got these
Yeah,
people out here.
I want to get Black Rue's take on this. This is young cat named Link Lauren. Yes, he's a little fruity, but
Hey.
Okay.
Just because you know he had a front row ticket of looking at Marcus Garvey does not mean that Uru's old.
I'll be right back.
No, but I'm just saying about this guy. You know, he's a little out there, but you know, his commentary is on point.
Harris here has decided that the
respect him being
conditions of
his
the
way
upcoming
because he's going to be
debate are no
truthful.
longer to her liking. I'm going to start calling her Goldilocks. She wants the perfect temperature. She wants the right network. She wants the perfect setting. She wants to have her feet rubbed. Sweetheart, you are running for the highest office in the land. You should be prepared to debate anywhere, anytime, under any conditions. Miss Kamala and her advisors put out a statement this morning saying Donald Trump is surrendering to his advisors who won't allow him to debate with a live microphone. If his own team doesn't have confidence in him, the American people definitely can't. First and foremost, Donald Trump got shot less than 2 months ago and got up and walked off the stage. So if we're going to talk about surrendering, it took you 40 days to get the courage to do a sit-down interview on CNN. I surrender. Let's talk about surrender. I guess Miss Goldilocks Harris has amnesia. You guys wanted the exact same rules as the Joe Biden debate on June 27th. You got rid of Joe Biden, you led a coup against him, now you're the nominee. Okay, fine. Now those same rules aren't good enough for you. The fact that Miss Kamala is shaking and quaking over a 90-minute debate on a friendly network, sweetheart, how are you going to negotiate with Vladimir Putin, President Xi, Kim Jong-un? What's going to happen in the Situation Room? You can't negotiate a debate. How are you going to negotiate with world leaders? Now, as some folks have pointed out online, Kamala's team probably printed about 1 million shirts that say, I'm speaking. She really wants another I'm speaking. Excuse me, I'm speaking moment, but now that the microphones are going to be off, that's going to go to waste. It's also been reported today that Kamala wants to bring up Donald Trump's age in the debate. Let me tell you why this is absolutely ridiculous. Until July 21st, the Democratic nominee was Joe Biden, who's in his 80s, and now Kamala wants to paint herself as this young little minx, someone who's new on the scene. Kamala, you were with Willie Brown back in the 90s before I was even born. Kamala, you yourself are a few years away from Social Security. If you bring up Donald Trump's age in the debate, everybody is going to laugh at you. And shout out to everyone on Social Security. I know I'm big in the nursing homes. How are you doing? Now, as for the United States of America, I don't know who's running the country right now. Kamala, she's crying, shaking, and quaking over the debate. Joe Biden, he's still on the beach chilling. I really think Joe Biden knows Kamala is a clown, and that's why he's avoiding her at all costs. I really think he endorsed her as a way to screw over the DNC. We're really starting to see why Kamala's had so much staff turnover, why they hid her away from reporters for 40 days. This is getting absolutely ridiculous and silly. Either show up and debate or don't. I'm getting bored with the whole situation. One thing Kamala doesn't realize, because she's gotten lucky breaks throughout her entire career, is that she's auditioning for the highest office in the land. She's applying for a job. She's applying to work for us. The fact that so many Gold Star families are upset with Kamala Harris right now and she's whining about a debate shows she doesn't know her priorities or how to handle a PR crisis. I don't care if they say you have to swing from the chandelier like Cirque du Soleil during the debate, or if you have to answer the questions blindfolded on a pogo stick. I don't care if they say you have to run across hot, fiery coals like Oprah on Super Soul Sunday. You do it because you're applying for a job. You're applying to work for the American people. All right, my friends, I know many
Okay, so I didn't even know that did Oprah actually do Super Soul Sunday where she ran across the Indian shaman's hot cold weekend?
I have no idea and don't really
I
care.
mean, no offense, but who gives a fuck? I mean,
Yeah,
really,
yeah, I don't really
But
care.
look, like that's what
nobody.
he has to
But
say about it, right? But that's what I'm saying.
I
Hold on,
mean, nobody cares, bro. Really,
yeah.
nobody cares.
What was you gonna say, Black Ruru?
I mean, look, I hope, and I mean, I hope that symbolizes that. I saw you were running the Stephen A. Smith
Yeah.
as critique as well. Hopefully there'll be a lot more of that happening during, as this campaign ramps up, because obviously the mainline media is in the bag for the Harris campaign. So, hopefully this kind of thing will be enough. And the fact that it's coming from people who aren't, I mean, obviously I wouldn't presume him to be your typical Trump supporter. I don't know
Actually, he
if
supported
Stephen A.
he was he was an RFK supporter, but he I guess
Okay, I guess I could
he's
see that.
more
I guess I could see that. Yeah.
in between.
Mhm.
But I don't know if he's necessarily I wouldn't necessarily call him a Republican, but
No. Now, well, look, I do think that there's a significant number of people in the country and those who do have some sort of media presence
mhm.
who are insulted by where we are and
Yes.
how we got here. And he said something that I said, and I believe I think this whole thing has been orchestrated. And
Yes.
he said, you hear him say, she led the coup or the insurrection or something like. He basically kind of corroborated what I feel about this, and that is she basically led an overt, insurrection against Biden. I believe that's true, and I believe it began a lot sooner than what
Mhm.
June. And I think if there, as time goes on and people see how she's behaving, how she's,
Mhm.
just it's the stark contrast between her and any prior legitimate uh, nominee president of either party, the
Mhm.
Republican or Democrat, then people are going to start asking some real hard questions and are going to I think start to do a post-mortem on what really happened with Biden, you know, and how did things get to where they got. Because
Yeah.
as I said, I think it was very odd that it took that one debate to now suddenly everybody turn against Biden. I don't believe that for a second. It
Like right
just
then,
all seems very orchestrated.
even then, brother, even then, they were still rolling with him. Brothers like Van Jones,
But
my
no,
very animal, they were still like, oh yeah, no, he's
no,
good. He's good. He's good.
that's not what I saw. What I saw was
Mhm.
after that debate, there was all these questions that immediately started coming up, and they all started to sort of feed on each other. And then the next thing you know, the newspapers, frontline news is, does Biden need to step down, or should
Mhm.
Biden continue? So, and it all seemed very, I'm going to use a word people don't like to use lately, conspiratorial. I, I, you know, I don't see how all these brilliant people suddenly get to this one moment where they figure out Biden is pre-comatose. I mean, what the fuck?
That's why they
You know,
asked her that question in that interview, which AB played at nauseam. We saw that, and they asked her the softball question, right? Did you not know? Did you not know? And we get the word
well, I
salad with
mean,
the
and what's going to happen is people are going to start tying together incidents.
Mhm.
And at some point, somebody's going to have to ask some questions about some medical stuff. I mean, I remember there was a time when you regularly heard summaries of presidential physical exams. If you're older, you recall hearing that. That was an important element of assurance of the stability of the presidency.
Right, and the morale.
There's no way a credible doctor, neurological professional, did any credible study of Joseph Biden the last 3 years and concluded that he was of sound mind and body to be running the whole damn country. No way.
Well, when they were trying to go in with the case, he actually went in there and said, well, he cannot be charged because he is not in the right mind. They actually did that to absolve him from the same thing they were charging Trump for with the documents. He had documents at his house, the beach house, the museum. He had documents everywhere. You feel me? Same thing they charged Trump for, but at the end of the day, they didn't charge him like that. Why? Of course, in charge of DOJ is understandable. But when people finally look in and see because it's always been like that, right? It's always been the donors, the lobbyists, even the best hopes candidate. And if they do, what happens with them? They wind up getting knocked off.
Okay, this is a little skit I did on Joy Ring because she said something so incredibly stupid.
I thought about this, and y'all gonna look weird if y'all don't go vote for Kamala Harris. Y'all gonna look weird if you don't go kiss the Democrat Party's ass. Y'all gonna look weird if you pretend that wasn't just 4 days of bullshit and misinformation. Y'all gonna look weird. What's good, y'all? AB Media 83 here. And I've always wondered where these heifers get off talking about you need to make over $100,000 a year for me to be with you. I always wonder where they get this kind of language from. Well, I think I may have found the answer. They too busy listening to Joy and Reed. So let's get into it.
Hey guys, you know what? I thought about this yesterday.
No, I guarantee you she has not thought about what she's about to say.
I was like, I need to post this on these socials. So all the people who keep saying they want to vote for Trump.
Wait for it.
Because of the stimmy. You do realize that in order to qualify for the CARES Act stimmy, you had to be broke.
So let me get this straight. $75,000 a year is broke. Okay.
You do realize that to qualify for the CARES Act stimmy, you had to be making under $75,000 a year. Now,
not only did you have to do that, but at the same time, they tried to work it with.
Unfortunately, in today's time, $75,000 a year is not enough money to be living.
But look, when they went in there with the Trump, they never wanted the stimulus package to be contributed to Trump. So just like they wouldn't take the vaccines if it was a Trump vaccine, same vaccine, but it's like that. So we cannot attribute any positiveness with that. We know where they stand.
Yeah, let's
continue. It used to be back in the day, but it's not now. But it should be noted that the median income is $50,000 a year or less. That's $25,000 less than $75,000.
Facts.
Oh, and there were people who made six figures that did qualify for those stimulus checks too, if they were running a household with the family. She just called all those people broke to make her silly little point she's trying to make here. She just called all those people broke.
Okay, AB, we get it. Can you please
Essentially,
get that
it was for low income people. So what you're essentially saying, and
hold on, wait a minute. Let her finish.
is that you were broke under Trump. That's the only way you could have qualified for the stimmy.
What?
Bullshit. Nasty, that's bull. Bro, that shit makes me so mad when she says that.
According to Joanne Reed. And who is she encouraging y'all to vote for? Kamala Harris. Y'all still want to vote for Kamala Harris when heifers like this are speaking for her?
So you just saying and admitting that your ass was broke during the Trump administration.
Y'all heard it for yourself.
Wow.
You're just saying to me, your ass was broke if you took that stimulus check.
Dusty? You Dusty stimulus?
Remember, she supports Kamala Harris. Something to think about.
You are actually making my point. And of course, the stimming only existed because he let a million
Okay,
people
Ayla,
die
I get it. I get it. I'm tired of
pandemic
it.
and not telling us that.
Thank you so much because you were making my eyeballs in my head hurt looking at that bald headed bitch looking like that.
Oh my God.
Well, why she got this is a rich woman. Why she look like she just got through picking cotton somewhere?
No. Black Guru. You see that clown wigs and shit she always be wearing. In this little segment that AB just showed you, she's completely fucking bald headed like a man now.
Actually, Black Rule.
Well, but I mean, even just the shirt, she seemed very kind of disheveled, and I mean, this is a wealthy or affluent, I don't know which is lesser, I guess, affluent woman who is on television regularly. I would expect her to take a little more care with how she presents herself, even in social media.
Hold on, wait a minute, Charles. Actually, Black Rule, I think that's an insult to women who just got done picking cotton. I think they look better. She looks more like a cancer patient.
Well, you got to remember that.
Well, I don't have a problem with a woman because some black women are beautiful with shorter hair. I
That's
think
not her.
though that it's always well. I don't think it helps when you have it colored as well, and it's in the color when you're darker skinned and you wear your hair that light and it's short. It accentuates a kind of incongruency in appearance that gives an impression that she might be ill or something,
Let's not forget, it's just let's not forget also, she's not ADOS. She's half Congolese, half Guyanese. And it's those Congolese genes that are just revealing themselves now. She aging like a Congolese woman anyway.
I just said her daddy in the face. I just said her daddy in the face.
I mean, you got to think about it, right?
Well, her maiden name is Lomena.
I mean, you got to think about it. Something about black women in the modern day. Back in the day, black women took care of themselves coming out the house or being in any public setting.
Right.
Black women truly don't give a fuck how they look anymore.
Yeah, the bodies, like they wouldn't come outside no body, man. They had bodies and hair dressed that you do. But the black women back in them days, they didn't come outside. That's like pajama wear and all that. They didn't come outside. Like they had some length of respect. You feel me?
Well, and especially if the black woman, and I know, I mean, I think Namer makes a point of that is relevant because I don't know how Ghanaian or Congolese women
Guyanese.
style themselves.
Her mom is from
Guyanese. Pardon me. Guyanese or Congolese women style themselves. So I don't know. I'm not familiar with that. But I will say there was look there. It's weird because when you're old and you have seen, like, when you grew up seeing Diana Ross and Diane Carroll and those kind of women, Nancy Wilson, I mean, they were so uber glamorous whenever they presented themselves publicly. Now, they were some bitches in some other regards, but in terms of how they presented in terms of how they presented themselves, it wouldn't be called dead, presenting themselves like that. So it's weird to me, again, that a woman who is so affluent, relatively speaking at least, it would be so casual about how she presents herself. And you're making these political statements which are off the wall. It's almost like she's kind of unhinged. She seems unhinged.
She probably is.
She's unhinged, resentful. I'm looking at her backstory right now, and it says here that first of all, her parents met in college, University of Iowa. Kind of like how Kamala's parents met in college. Oh, they were at Stanford. No, at Stanford, yeah. But her parents met in Iowa. Her father, an engineer, he wasn't around much. She was mostly absent from the family. And when her parents divorced, he moved back to the Congo, and she was raised by her mother mostly in Denver. And here's the weird thing about her mother, who died of breast cancer. Her mother was a college professor, and a nutritionist. You would think she would learn. She knew how to take better care of herself and whatnot. But she lost her mom at 17, and she grew up in Flatbush and grew up with her aunt and graduated from Harvard in '91 with as a film study major.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, by the way, Black Uru, what you mentioned earlier about the absence or presence of a father determines what age a woman enters puberty or she begins her cycles. It's actually there was research done about that in the UK at the University of Durham. It's mentioned in a documentary, and the researchers, headed by a woman, she said, those who grew up without a father or inconsistent presence of their father or in stable households, they would have their periods 6 months to a year before those who didn't, because the ones who did have their parents had a male presence in their home, they had time to grow up and develop. They had time to grow up and develop because they were in a safe environment. But the problem, the flip side about that is this: the ones who began ovulating prematurely, they also began to age prematurely. So by the time they're, the ones who start having their periods prematurely, by the time they hit 30, they look like they're in their early 30s, or sorry, in their late to mid 30s, mid to late 30s. Sorry, the young ones who had their periods when they were supposed to have it, depending on the lifestyle they adhere to,
You know what
they
you're
most likely look
explaining,
themselves.
Namer, indirectly? You might be explaining indirectly a lot of the source of a lot of the infertility problems.
Ooh.
Where
Not just
you
that.
have increasing numbers of girls not being raised by their fathers, so they do have accelerated menstrual cycles, but like you said, they become corrupted because they are accelerated or they're not on their proper schedule. So that may be a source of the growing infertility issue as well.
Also, one thing that
Also,
can
not we
factor
can't
in.
remember like the birth control that they taking, also the shots that they taking for maybe birth control. Some we have to remember some mothers intentionally put their daughter on birth control in before they become 18, where they can make their own decision, right? Whatever.
Can you blame them?
Well,
I
depending
remember.
on Margaret Sanger when she said the birth control this, and I've talked to a lot of women who was on birth control, the shots, the pills, and all that, and they say, a lot of time, because if you look at it in the biology, because a lot of people they forget the science. The reason why it works is because it makes the female body feel like it's already pregnant. So
I
therefore,
remember.
it's a hormone like thing, right? It's a
Yeah.
hormone thing.
Yeah. Hold on. I just also want to mention something. I've also noticed this because I've seen this in real life, especially up here. I was involved with a woman who had a unstable relationship with her parents, her parents divorced when she was young, when she was like pretty young, and her dad was pretty absent. But then again, her father had his own issues, and I remember she was like, we were both 28, and she looked okay, but when I was like on Facebook for some reason, I just looked up her profile. I said, "Ooh." She took good care of herself, but the thing was like, the aging but she was aging prematurely. Another one I remember, another one who's like around a little bit younger than us. She had a very close relationship with her father, and you could see it in her face because she's still very youthful looking, despite the fact that she's going to be 40 later this year. And yeah, she's going to be turning 40 later this year. But
yeah, fellas, I'm getting ready to shut down.
You know what? I'm just going to say this. For the first time as a 42-year-old, I'm just going to say, y'all ain't shit. And God bless y'all. And don't look at me like that. I'm just like Running Mac. I'm just tired and I'm sick of this shit.
All right.
This is straight
I'd like to thank everybody that came through. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.
Yo, this is AB Media 83. Want to support the channel? Hit the Cash App. Also, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to the video. Also, be sure to hit that bell notification so you can be notified next time I upload a live stream or video. And always remember, keep it grinding, keep it pushing, keep it moving. This is AB Media 83, and I'm out. Peace.